You believe someone's calling to complain about kids playing basketball in the street? You believe that? Yeah. I don't know who called, but obviously I ain't got no problem with it. Hey. That's my tooth. Oh yeah? I ain't real good at it. Yeah, obviously I have no problem with you playing basketball in the street. Just if you can. Sorry, just try not to be too loud. You know what I mean?
You're pretty sure you can take these guys, right? I've got some other backup for you.
From the same neighborhood y'all from. I grew up just like this, so only you can change this. And you can change it through basketball and showing respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that can change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mom and daddy, and focusing in school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs,
Welcome, aloha. Thanks so much for joining us on ThinkTech Hawaii. And today we've actually got two of the leading and most experienced attorneys in mass claims, class action claims in Hawaii to talk with us about the Maui wildfire situation. We've got Ilana Waxman of the Gallagher, DeRobertis and Waxman firm. Ilana's actually from Maui. A lot of history there. And Mark Davis, founder and senior partner at Davis Levin Livingston. And both of Ilana and Mark have done a great deal of work in victim representation, in victim relief and compensation work for large mass claims and class claims, as well as individuals. So welcome. Hey, Ilana, Mark, Ilana, you want to start us off and kind of put this in context? Tell us a little bit about Lahaina, and what makes it unique.
Yeah, so Lahaina, as many of you may know, Lahaina was the ancient or the original capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. It is an incredibly historic town. And the current community is also, it's a very historic plantation community. It's a multi-generational community. It's an immigrant community. And it is a town that has just absolutely been devastated. The scope of the loss is hard to put into words.
So just in a nutshell, the history, tradition, culture of Lahaina, how would you characterize that?
You know, it's a place with very, very deep roots in the Native Hawaiian community. It's a place with history in terms of the missionaries, in terms of the whaling days, in terms of plantations, and now tourism.
Okay. And Mark, your thoughts? I'm sure you spent a great deal of time on Maui and with Maui clients as well.
Well, I think that what is rather unique and kind of devastating about this whole experience for Ilana and I, who basically spend our careers dealing with, you know, individuals who have had catastrophic experiences in their lives, and you know, and as you can imagine, day by day we hear, you know, all sorts of extraordinary stories that are quite devastating. But in this particular case, you know, what's been going on the past 30 days, in which, you know, our phones have been ringing from morning till night, hearing one, you know, terrible story after another. You just can't help but be very touched and moved by the drama and the devastation that occurred there. And I think for many of us who are in this world of attempting to represent clients, this feels quite different. You know, this is personal. You know, it's not simply an objective evaluation of cases. It's, you know, I think we're just struck by this kind of intangible aspiration to try to do what we can for these people And it's been, I think quite an emotional experience for not only the people that suffered it, but also all of us who are involved in trying to do something that is, constructive.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So, hey, Ilana, we know that this is a pervasively damaging disaster. Housing, healthcare, loss of income, schools and education, transportation, literally every aspect of daily life, and destruction of the records and information and resources that people would need to be able to even deal with any of those losses, much less all of them. So what are we looking at here for relief and recovery as the highest priorities in your perspective?
Well, I mean, it's so multifaceted. I would say that obviously the highest priority right now is people to get long-term shelter, housing, but also, yes, replacing documents that have been lost, identification.
Yeah. And we're having a few issues with your connection, unfortunately, but I'm sure other areas, loss of income, employment, those things. So what can attorneys do to help?
Well, I think that, typically what we try and do in situations like this or others is, take a look at the recovery of damages that, tends to assist in the recovery of losses and so on. But it's not always that easy, because to me, there's a multi-level of needs that are required in this thing. And so as Alana pointed out, there are issues that are compelling issues with regard to shelter, and food, and clean water, and replacement of documents, and identifying the survivors, all of which kind of is the front lines of trying to have the first step in moving towards some level of recovery. And then, of course, second level is to try to figure out a way in which people are compensated for their losses. It's not certainly an easy issue. It's not something that's totally clear. And as you are well aware from the media, that there are multiple investigations going on everywhere with regard to trying to answer the question, why did this happen? And of course, in any situation like that, there's always lots of finger pointing, and but there's a lot of energy and resources being placed into that investigation. And of course, the issue, which is perhaps looming over this thing, is whether ever there's going to be adequate resources, to compensate these folks in a manner that is appropriate or a reasonable indication. And of course, those of us who are looking at this from 30,000 feet, and we're just, trying to take a look at the broad approach. And I think to some extent the governor has voiced the same views, is that, that's going to be an extraordinary challenge.
So Ilana, what are you seeing and hearing from people on Maui as their top priority concerns?
I mean, as you said, jobs and income, but housing is the number one concern. People are very afraid that they're going to lose their entire community, that Lahaina is going to become, my apologies to the Honolulu people, but another Waikiki, that the sort of multi-generational Native Hawaiian working class community that has been there for the last couple hundred years is going to be replaced by fancy condos and luxury housing developments because it is such valuable real estate and such a beautiful place. And so people really want to make sure that the community as a whole is protected and that people have the opportunity to rebuild. And there are so many layers to that. But as Mark said, that is going to take resources because this is a community of people who, you know, one of my friends who works in one of the resorts out there, he told me after the fire, you know, that his guys that he works with, everyone was just scraping by, and now they no more scrapers, they no more nothing. So it's a situation where, you know, really there are a lot of needs, there are mental health needs, but there is a huge need for monetary resources. That's what's going to let people stay and rebuild. So that's a huge priority.
And that's a really important point to understand is that, yeah, monetary relief and support and compensation are critical, but right now people need a place to live. They need basic daily living need resources to be met.
And you know, I think in terms of what we can do as lawyers, you know, there's absolutely the entire infrastructure in Lahaina needs to be rebuilt, and that includes the legal infrastructure, even though you might not think of it that way. You know, there are insurance issues, there are land title issues, there are immigration issues, there are family law issues that are coming up in everybody's life because kind of all of the normal everyday structures that were in place are, you know, they don't work anymore because the fire came through and destroyed so much. And so in allowing people to rebuild all of those parts of their lives, really the law plays a very important role throughout. And we as lawyers have a lot of power to help people kind of walk through those different processes.
And that's a really valuable insight, Ilana and Mark. So what do you think need to be important considerations and elements for the new model that doesn't repeat the vulnerabilities and the inequities?
Well, I think the community of Lahaina has spoken loud and clear about, you know, the fact that they intend and want to be at the table as the future is mapped out for rebuilding. And I have to, you know, acknowledge that some of our politicians have been, including the President of the United States, has been, you know, receptive and sensitive to that issue. It's easy to kind of speak about these issues because words are cheap, but it seems like that at least the process commences on a common belief that the community of Lahaina must be the masters of their own destiny in terms of how this, you know, property is built. I mean, Lahaina had these unique characteristics of having, you know, buildings extended, you know, on pylons out into the harbor. Some of the many restaurants on Front Street were just, you know, almost inches from the bay, from the harbor, and all of those things, of course, under existing codes, are not supposed to be rebuilt under the same circumstances. So I think government's got to be a big player in recognizing that, despite their you know, concerns about setbacks and rebuilding, and you know that exist in normal situations, this is far from a normal situation. And perhaps one of the ways the county and others can, you know, contribute to this is to recognize that the character of Lahaina, you know, to be recaptured in some shadow of what it was, has to get around some of these very difficult environmental protections that generally serve to cover all development in the state. So that's a picture that needs to unfold.
You know, and you make a really good point, because in addition to helping individuals and groups with compensation, how can lawyers help the community have a voice in the relief, the recovery, the rebuilding? Ilana, your thoughts?
Well, I think Mark put it very well when he talked about having the community have a seat at the table. I think people in Lahaina, especially in the Native Hawaiian community, but the local community generally, there is a feeling that, you know, that they've been displaced and pushed out and not listened to. And I think it is very important to kind of have, you know, members of the community organizations that have so far really led the relief effort, for them to continue to be represented, you know, in how Lahaina is going to be rebuilt. And I think we as attorneys, you know, we have a voice, you know, that might be louder than some of the other community members when it comes to government officials and legal processes. And I think if we are very mindful of trying to listen to the community and help make sure that community members' voices are heard and that they do have a seat at the table, I think that can be a very important role for attorneys to play. Mark, what are your thoughts?
No, I think you are right. I think that you know, this is only going to happen in any kind of a logical or sane development over a period of time if everybody kind of recognizes that you know, there has to be a give and take process among all the governmental entities. I think to some extent, you know, the governor, when he you know, was talking about some types of a claims process, and that recognized that everybody, you know, has got to kind of participate in that process. And I think it's only going to be as a result of a very unique and difficult collaboration that, you know, and it's going to be divisive, and there will be, you know, disagreements, and there will be people with money who want to invest, and there will be people who, you know, might have contrary viewpoints. You know, it will be a long and difficult process, and Hawaii, unfortunately, has had a history of, you know, struggling with these kind of issues, like Aloha Stadium and other places like that, that are, you know, places for kind of logical, thoughtful redevelopment that, you know, all the various interests. So, you know, I think that nobody's got, and certainly not me, you know, has a magic formula that can, you know, put all the people in. But people need to be heard about their concerns and recognize that there are opposing viewpoints, and it's a process that, you know, hopefully some of our, you know, cultural approach to aloha and other things might manifest, you know, a result that is actually thoughtful and constructive.
I think in terms of how the mass torts process and claims process possibly play a role in that. So the idea that the governor has proposed of a claims fund, I don't know what that will look like or how that will work, but I do think, Mark, for us as plaintiff attorneys and claimants attorneys, that really is also an opportunity where, you know, I know we represent a lot of clients who are more working class. You know, they're not necessarily the people who have huge careers or people whose voices are usually heard in these development issues. But I think because they are being represented by counsel and they do have an important role in this claim process, I think that actually becomes a good place. Not to say that all of our clients will agree about what should be done, but it does give us a chance to represent a lot of different voices in the community.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think the Hawaii Bar, our local lawyers, kind of have a unique position in this thing because we are governed not only by doing the best job we can for our clients, but we also kind of recognize a cultural and patriotic, you know, a duty to our community, which sometimes may conflict with, you know, how we typically approach some of these issues. So I think that, from my own personal standpoint, to me, that feels right. That's something that I endorse. And I think that, part of what we have to do as the local Hawaii bar is to, steer this hordes of lawyers that are used to doing mass tort work into the direction that best benefits not only our clients but also the community, and has a recognition of the limitation of resources that will be, on the table, and part of the issue.
And that's a really important insight, both of you, Ilana and Mark, that we've seen the 9/11 disaster, we've seen the BP oil spills, we've seen the California wildfires, but in none of those have we really seen the victims' relief and compensation work and funding and process connected with the community relief and recovery. And you've raised the possibility, can Hawaii's lawyers contribute to building and making that connection in this situation?
The lawyers throughout the state, and especially on Maui, have already been an integral part of some of these relief efforts, fundraising, making donations of tangible goods, and then also pro bono legal services. I've spent a number of days out in the family relief centers in Ka'anapali with a lot of other members of the Maui County Bar, giving people, free legal information. There are legal hotlines that have been happening for the past few weeks, statewide. And yeah, I think there's just a lot that is coming from the legal community.
So, Chuck, you said, can we help? And the answer, as Ilana explained, is that we indeed can, but more so, we have to. That's our obligation. And, we spend our lives pursuing claims against third parties, but I think that there's a greater good that overhangs the entire analysis of the conflict that, I think is something that many of us who have lived here our whole lives and, have practiced here for all this number of years, compels us to be put as part of the calculus, as we move forward. I was, a million years ago, I was part of the what was called the TLC, the Trial Lawyers Care Program for 9/11, and that was a claims fund that the United States government had absolutely, probably no liability whatsoever, but nonetheless compelled them to, create this fund. And there were, certainly some people who believed that, they wanted to pursue the typical liability claims that might exist for, building deficiencies or other issues. But, to me, the National Bar came together, all 50 states. There were lawyers in Hawaii that helped represent some of the victims of plane crash and 9/11. And, and it got done. And I know it's going to be a very complicated process, but something worth pursuing, I would think.
And you both raised a really good and important point, which is that, as you know from your decades of work representing victims of injury, harm, damage, loss tend to be from the more vulnerable, the more underserved sectors of the population, and less able to manage their rehabilitation and resiliency without that kind of assistance. And lawyers can play an important role in that. But as you've also pointed out, that group represents a really core part of the heart of the community whose voice has far too often not been heard, given weight. And this may be an opportunity that you're pointing out for Hawaii's lawyers to try and change that model somewhat. and get that voice out front and center. Does that make any sense?
That is my goal. You know, I'm from Maui, born and raised, and I have seen, you know, a lot of people in our community have been pushed out by the high cost of living, and there's been a lot of loss. And Lahaina has been such a resilient and tight-knit community. I want to see it rebuilt in a way that lets it stay local, stay Hawaiian, stay true to Hawaii's roots. And so whatever I can do as an attorney to make that happen, that is absolutely my.
And I think Chuck, you make a good point that not only should we review this as, you know, our responsibility, I think we need to look at it as an opportunity. And I think that if the lawyers who are involved on the front lines of these issues, those of us who are talking constantly to, you know, clients that have suffered these tremendous losses, we need to do what we could do, but we ought to want to do the same thing by virtue of the fact that this is an opportunity to kind of show what lawyers can do and what we should do.
And that's a great point, because you're talking about making that voice, making that influence, making those values and interests a central factor in the relief and the recovery and the rebuilding, and how Hawaii lawyers have a unique role and, as you say, responsibility to do that. Are there factors in Hawaii that give that some particular elements of hope?
Well, I mean, my own viewpoint is that, you know, Hawaii has always been a very special place in terms of the bar. It's a place where people know each other. You know, in terms of litigation, like big cities, we are remarkably civilized in terms of the way we interact with each other. And, you know, the bar is growing. We're not always big, but, you know, these are all the factors that kind of, you know, lead to a feeling that, you know, we can work together.
Ilana, your perspective?
Yeah, well, I think, as Mark says, Hawaii is a small and tight-knit community. And I don't think there are probably many people in the state that have not been touched by this disaster in one way or another. People have friends, people have family, people know and love Lahaina. So I think there's a lot of room for creative solutions.
Yeah, and I think you've alluded to another point that you mentioned earlier. I mean, we have people in our leadership here. Chief Justice Rechtenwald in the judiciary, the governor, who, as I understand, is consulting with Andy Weiner, who has a history of not only having done work for victims representation, but also former chief of staff for Senator Schatz, and somebody who may help be responsive to putting together that collaborative voice for the far too long vulnerable and underheard. So, any wrap-up thoughts?
Chuck, thank you for you know, starting this conversation or continuing this conversation. I think that's the heart of, you know, how we are able to connect with each other and, you know, consider out of the box alternatives.
Ilana?
I'm just very hopeful that we will be able to find a way to rebuild Lahaina and make it better.
You know, and Ilana Waxman, Mark Davis, here are two of the people who, for many years, have been leaders in not only representing victims, but in enabling them to rebuild community connections and resilience. And the importance of exactly that connection is exactly what the two of you do well and have highlighted here. Thank you so much for joining us today. ThinkTech Hawaii, Maui Strong.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck, I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Make No Mistake, the Government is Not Functioning. Mitch McConnell never did allow the appointment of Merrick Garland to come to the floor of the Senate, so Garland was never confirmed for the Supreme Court. What's wrong with this picture? That's not what's supposed to happen. Is McConnell less politicized today? The GOP members of Congress are in lockstep to stop everything that Joe Biden wants to do, even if it is clearly good for the country. There are very few exceptions. What's wrong with this picture? As a result, Congress can't get anything done and is not addressing any of the issues facing the country. Soon enough there will be another struggle on federal funding, and the GOP members of Congress will refuse to fund the government unless the Democrats give them what they want. This is not the way it's supposed to work, and it will make the U.S. a laughingstock, again. Our unfavorite Senator Tommy Tuberville is still holding up confirmation of hundreds of military promotions until he gets what the GOP wants. That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the meantime, Tuberville is undermining our national defense, destroying morale, and setting a really bad precedent. The GOP members of Congress are not funding the Internal Revenue Service. This is also not the way it's supposed to work. It's undermining the ability of the federal government to collect taxes, especially due from the wealthy, and thus the ability of the federal government to function in general. The Supreme Court is a train wreck. It is completely politicized and inexcusably corrupted. The conservative majority does not care about the welfare of the people or the country, and as a result the people and the country no longer trust the court or the federal judiciary. Trump did his level best to handicap the federal agencies in order to aggrandize his power, including the national intelligence, public health, and law enforcement agencies. For reasons not clear, Joe Biden has not been able to restore competent management and public confidence in a number of these agencies. While Joe Biden speaks of democracy and the rule of law, he is not strong enough to deal with the challenges of managing this non-functional government. This is not likely to change before Election Day, and Biden's inability to deal with these things will seriously undermine his campaign. The Republicans are therefore likely to get what they want, governmental chaos. Trump will use that to his benefit, and so will his followers, indictments or not. The people and the country, of course, will be at an increasing risk of national collapse. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on say one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course, the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is Keeping the World Company today, and we're talking to Gene Rosenfeld, who is an independent scholar, a history professor from UCLA, who is in Hawaii. Gene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jay.
Today, we're going to talk about the vision, the agenda of Xi Jinping and the Chinese government, the PRC, and how that feeds into the world events maybe to follow. But I think before we ever get to that, you have to help us set the stage and give us an historical perspective of how China got to be where it is today.
Well, that's an enormous question that Chinese experts can address in their seminars. Generally speaking, China is one of the oldest continuous civilizations on the face of the earth, and one of the greatest. We have to admire China, accept China. Democracy is a relatively new creation in the history of the world, and prior to, the French Revolution, let's say, it was unknown. So most of human history has engaged with autocratic systems. And we can't judge China because it has an autocratic system. We have to judge China in its own terms. Also, the second point I would make is that for most of its history, after it has established its borders, of course, particularly on the Eurasian continent to the west, where there were different peoples. China has not been externally aggressive. We have to be very careful how we interpret China's moves today outside of its own borders as we recognize those borders. Because in the context of great powers, China has not been externally aggressive. In fact, if you look back 100 years, Japan has been much more aggressive than China. So that's the second thing. The third thing is we have to understand that China developed independently of the United States. We talked about Russia last week. Russia and the United States histories have been intertwined at least since the early 19th century. This is not the case with China. Our interactions, our relationship with China is very recent and post-colonial. So taking all those things into consideration and the fact that this is a closed government and a closed system to the outside world, everything we have to say today must be taken with a grain of salt.
Well, let me remind myself that there were books written about this, popular books, about China's economic prowess and its global trade, and I guess its acquisitions back in the 16th century, and it was a world power of sorts back then, and then it sort of declined as a world power as you get closer to the 20th, 21st century. How does that affect things? I mean, do people in China know about their past glory as a global trading partner?
People in China?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, they have such enormous pride. They, as a matter of fact, remind me of the Greeks who really thought they were superior to every other people in the world. And there is a certain amount of comparison, Europe, Greece, vis-a-vis China, Eurasia, or Asia, I think. So, yes, I think there's an enormous sense of ethnic identity and pride in China.
Yeah. The other thing is, I know this is popular culture, and I hate to throw references of popular culture, but if you remember Steve McQueen and the Sand Pebbles movie way back when, and the lesson was that the U.S. was really unfair. The U.S. treated China and the Chinese badly, and I think there's a lot of truth to that in the 19th century, I guess. Query, how much of what happened then with the United States and probably Europe also, carving up China, being very aggressive against China, how did that affect this sense of, what did you call it, a government of people turned in on itself, a kind of isolationist mentality?
We're talking about colonialism now. And the British were far more aggressive than we were in China. I really don't think we had much of a dog in that fight, except as a Western colonial power, of course. But as I pointed out before, we have to sort of pat ourselves on the back a little bit as a colonial power, because yes, we have acted colonially, but we have also returned our so-called colonies to their people and given them independence from other great powers. So as far as I know, we're the only great power that has done this. I mean, you can argue that Britain has done this under duress, but Britain was far more extended into colonization than we were. So, but what happened was that the Chinese are a very proud people, and deservedly so. They had a great civilization, they still do. What happened after World War II, though, is we cast our lot with the nationalists, Chiang Kai-shek, not Mao Zedong, and the Bolsheviks won in China. So the near history of the relationship between China and the United States is very fraught, very conflict-ridden, and it still is. We raise those tropes all the time. I have to give Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger credit for opening up diplomacy and trade with China today.
Yeah.
So,
But, but one thing that strikes me, you talk about, how Mao was Bolshevik, affected by the Bolsheviks. So, okay, so Mao arises to power after World War II, and he beats off, Chiang Kai-shek and sends him to Taiwan, whatever. But what's left is a communist government, and I'm just, connecting dots. But it seems to me that Mao's concept of communism, the way he set things up in China, the way he established China in 1949, has to be with a tremendous amount of influence from Russia. That's where it all came from. That's where communism came from, although certainly his brand is different.
yes, the Russian Revolution happened first in 1917, and it provided a model for other communist parties to follow. There was a great deal of inequity, inequality in the world, and people seized upon the Marxian explanation of this, the dialectic of this, the opposition between the worker and the dominant party elites, to justify or explain what was happening in their own countries. But we have to look at communism in China as communism in a Chinese context and the great history of China. Anything China takes into itself, from Buddhism to trade from Europe in the Middle Ages and opening up to, the Catholic Jesuits that were there at that time, close to the emperors, or what is happening today. China gives it a uniquely Chinese cast brand. They recast everything in their own terms. So if we really want to have optimal relationship with China or avoid disasters with China and our own stupidity sometimes, we really need to study China and understand how the Chinese have operated for thousands of years, because they're still operating that way. I mean, to some extent, Mao Zedong was a warlord who succeeded and took over the government. And that has happened numerous times over thousands of years in Chinese history. There's a concept called the mandate of heaven. And if we look at Xi Jinping today, he is disappearing high officials, notably, even the ones he himself emplaced a little over a year ago, the Minister of Defense, the Foreign Secretary, they're disappeared somewhere. I mean, they're probably alive, but who knows what's going on with them. It gives us pause that perhaps there's something going on in China today, a certain fear of instability. When the dominant government fears instability, it's usually because of disasters or famine. And then conflict occurs. And these conflicts have been among the greatest conflicts in history in terms of loss of life. They haven't been external, they've been internal. But millions, hundreds of millions of people have died in the 8th century, in the 19th century, and the centuries in between, even more so than other countries, because it has a huge population and the numbers that die are disproportional even to what we see in the loss of life in World War II. So a lot of the carnage that has taken place in China has been a result of the loss of the mandate of heaven. We can translate the mandate of heaven, which originated about 1000 BCE with the Zhao dynasty, as a divine right for the government to exist. And then philosophers seized upon it as a reason to question the justice of the current government and to give rise to rebellion. And the current administration is an absolutist administration, which they always are. And it may be feeling some concerns about the mandate of heaven right now, because there's huge shakeups going on and posturing. And for the first time, we have seen some aggressive external moves on the part of China.
Well, it certainly sounds like, an autocracy. It sounds like, what happened in Russia years ago and what's happening in Russia now. what strikes me is this, and this may be a little off the path, but when you live in the United States and you enjoy civil rights and freedom of expression and economic opportunity, equal economic opportunity, despite the fact that we have a conflict, we are a conflict society, and we've been fighting with each other for a long time from the beginning. But we have a certain concept that is realized of freedom. If I live in China or Russia and I worry about being turned in, I worry about being targeted politically, I worry about being disappeared for no reason without a trial or any sense of fairness or justice. I conduct myself differently. I am much quieter. I don't speak out when I see that people who do speak out are disappeared or punished or banished. And I think that affects everything in the society, doesn't it? It certainly affects everything in our society, and it's got to be affecting their society, right?
You know, my research on fascism, based on a source from a woman who lived during the time of Mussolini and lived in Germany during the time of Hitler, perhaps the only person to have done that, brought home to me the fact that people do self-censor when they're living under an absolutist government. Yes, you're absolutely right. And we talked about the Russian population being hesitant to join the Prigozhin rebellion because they wanted to step back and see and wait and determine who was going to be top dog first. They want to go with the top dog. The Chinese culture values prosperity and stability. If all you have known is a government that is absolute, if that government provides for you and yours to the point where you can live a normal life and not worry about politics, and all that government asks of you is loyalty and stability, and it provides you with the means to prosperity, which is, I mean, every Chinese public ritual is resolving around prosperity, which is why they're such good trade partners or bad trade partners, as you want to look at it. But at least their ambitions are to be prosperous. So with that in mind, we can tailor our approach to China and our interactions with China, respecting where they're coming from.
Well, I'm thinking of, for example, the scapegoats that we saw under Hitler, and for that matter, Stalin, including Jewish people, minorities, what have you, who those guys had no compunctions about doing genocide. But we have the Uyghurs now in the west of China, and we have anybody who would speak against China or the government, and they become, in a sense, not a good parallel, but it is a parallel. In a sense, they become the scapegoats. They became, they get attacked for this false corruption kind of charge, and who knows what, an inability to fully support the state, perhaps, communist kinds of deprivation of civil liberties. But where I get stuck, and I hope you can help me with this, is that what's the connection between this mandate of heaven and the notion that economics are everything, and the well-being of the individual and his family is top notch on the list of priorities? Where does that connect with the South China Sea? Where does that connect with the Belt Road Initiative? Where does that connect with the clear, obvious, nefarious, aggression that China has been demonstrating in recent years? Where does it come from? Is that part of the history you're talking about? Or is that something that's been generated more recently for some reason, perhaps rooted in history?
Wow. Big question. I ultimately have to say, I don't know where that comes from, because as I noted, it's not necessarily the way China has acted in the past. We have to look to ourselves, I think, more as to why China is doing this, in what context. And also, we have to look at China's relationship with Russia. You pointed out earlier that the impetus for Mao Zedong's revolution was Russia. In terms of the philosophy and ideology, which is mainly what I study in history, because ideology is what motivates people. And it can change history. I think, too, we have to look to Russia today, and again, go back to what we were talking about last week, Putin's vision and China's vision are like the Venn diagram. They overlap strategically in very important ways. And then there are important ways in which China and Russia are historically and perhaps just generically enemies. They're close neighbors in a neighborhood that is an autocratic neighborhood and a very nationalistic neighborhood. So China and Russia are in and out and in and out, but they have a common enemy now. If you can unite your people ideologically around a common enemy, and you can characterize that enemy and then fashion a seductive recruitment policy for other countries. I'll give you just one example. Putin's vision is that the United States is the great hegemon in the world, and the United States and its satellites in Western Europe are responsible for an array of injustices that still exist, inequities, poverty, all the inequality in the world. And they sell this message to the BRICS countries, to Asia, not Asia, well, parts of Asia, definitely, yes, but also to other continents, Africa and Latin America. Pakistan today is in a rough neighborhood. It's got the Taliban on one side, and it's got India on the other side, which is its generic enemy. Pakistan and India have been enemies since the partition. They're still in hot conflict in Kashmir over borders. But India and China are also in hot conflict in the high Himalayas. They've been fighting the longest, highest conflict between armies in the world for many, many years. And there's a conflict of borders there. So there is an uneasiness. China exists between India, which is becoming a major rival of China's in terms of development. And then there's Pakistan that's caught between these two major countries that want to free themselves from the hegemony of the United States. And the idea for this is Russia. We went back to Ilyin and Dugin last week, and these philosophers, how they have affected Putin's vision. Now, he needs China and is using China today and co-opting countries like Pakistan to transact, which is a very transactional country. It's not a country that has loyalties to other countries or even necessarily to its own governments. It's ruled by the military, and it's like a, I don't know, like a cartel of some sort where they're transactional with everybody, including us. So it's very complicated, but there is a general vision of dumping the United States and particularly getting rid of the dollar as currency and establishing economic dominance. And this is where China steps in. In terms of this vision of the world, of a, quote, multipolar world instead of a unipolar world, China wants to be the elephant in the room in terms of economics. And its currency, the yuan, is already being utilized in transactional arrangements between Russia, Pakistan, and China. So it's very complicated, but undoubtedly there is a polarization between Russia, China on one side, the United States and Europe on the other side.
Well, yeah, I mean, I keep thinking of Steve McQueen, and I keep thinking of a slogan which I never could remember in Mandarin, but it was something like "China, stand up." And it was, I think it came up in the time of Hu Jintao, where he was saying, we've been dominated by others for long enough now, and we are not only going to stand up, but we are going to stand very tall. And I want the loyalty and, the support of everyone in China to do that. And lo and behold, that worked, especially when you feed in a little capitalism alongside and you're using capitalism against the capitalists. There's an interesting twist on that one. But back in 20 years ago, they were very clearly trying to establish an economy that would dominate, and in large part, they have. They are a major force, and when they decide, for example, that they want to have a navy almost as big as ours, they can do it because they have that economic ability. So I am just wondering where that comes from. I suggest that we are the big, enemy. We are the one that they use to show who the enemy is. And you know what? It seems to me that at the end of the day, be interested in your thought about this. At the end of the day, it's political. She is saying to the people of China, we have to fight the United States. They are our big enemy. And a lot of what you do has to be directed at building a China that can resist them. And in saying that, he's politicizing the relationship, and he's getting loyalty from them, and they're coming along on a political, and that's the way autocrats remain in power, isn't it?
Well, again, everything we have to see through a Chinese lens. Xi Jinping is having some problems right now, not just political problems, but he's having economic problems. The overinvestment in real estate by the state over a period of time has resulted in what may be a serious economic crisis for China. So he's having that to manage. He's just come out of trying to manage the COVID crisis, where there were resistance in the streets. That's something that a Chinese ruler cannot abide, no matter if he's an emperor or he's a president or whatever he is. The crackdown on Xinjiang, the Muslims to the west, was a result of actual terrorist operations by jihadist Muslims in Xinjiang, in the mainland of China. China will not abide that. So they cracked down on the entire population. Resistance, internal resistance of any sort in China is cracked down on because of the mandate of heaven. Things can change so quickly and the consequences can be so dire that whoever is in power in China is going to do whatever they think is necessary to stop this thing before it gets out of hand. I don't think that we should look at our conflict with China in terms of autocracy and democracy. China is open to accepting capitalism. We have seen this. Capitalism with a Chinese face, yes, but capitalism, open trade, development. They have, in essence, challenged us to a contest. And after all, we are a country that's based on contest, on may the best team win. And we can accept that. But I think it's very dangerous for us to look upon China as we looked upon something like Vietnam as a threat to the United States because it embraced a certain ideology. I think we have to look for ways to connect with China that are not ideological. As far as what China is doing in the South China Sea right now, you can look upon that as part of the economic vision, because the South China Sea is a major route for world trade, especially through the Malacca Straits. And China wants control of that. They also fear the militarism they believe is coming from the West. So they want to establish bases in response to the bases we've had established. Now, granted, this government is responding differently from previous government. Xi Jinping seems to be wanting to go back to a more purely communist program in his government. And unfortunately, he can't do that and maintain China's economic strength because that kind of collectivism doesn't work economically. So when the state takes over the major capitalist enterprises, as it has done, and relegates people like Jack Ma to the margins, it undermines China, undermines the stability and prosperity of China, and then they're caught in this circular thing where they need capitalism. They can't use capitalism because it threatens the mandate of heaven. They have to crack down, establish communist or absolutist programs that don't work in the modern world. China has the capacity to accept modern society, civilization, science, trade, everything brilliantly. But they have to do it in the terms that they understand, and their stability must not be undermined or threatened.
20 years ago, there was a clear possibility of a kind of Chinese version of democracy, where you voted and there was representative government. It was flawed in the sense that you voted for the lowest level of official, and then that level voted for the next level, and on up 7 or 8 steps before you got to the Politburo. But it was voting, and maybe it was make-believe democracy, but they touted it as democracy. I think these days they don't tout it as democracy so much. But I agree with you. I think they have the possibility of making a form of government that could really allow for a lot more self-expression, economic activity, and diplomatic relations with the West. Seem to be heading in another direction, which is sort of sad because it makes more contention with the West. But what I want to get to here, and it's kind of we're getting to the end of our time, is how is that possible? Is it possible that we could have a win-win relationship with them? Because I think it's in everyone's interest in the world that we have a win-win relationship with them, and yet they seem to be going into something else. And granted that we have flaws, and maybe we're finding out just how flawed we are by virtue of what's going on in federal government right now. But ideally, isn't it the better thing to have a win-win? And if so, how do we take these two ideologies, these two huge economies, and make them work together for global success?
Number one, we have to have a win-win. China's a nuclear power. Russia's a nuclear power. United States is a nuclear power. Recently, signals intelligence has demonstrated that all three of these powers are preparing their major sites for atomic testing. They're expanding them and preparing them for atomic testing. China is developing a formidable military presence. It's not anywhere near the United States power. We don't have to worry about that now. But they are engaging in this because this is what modern powers do. Modern powers have to be nuclear. They have to have strong military establishments. But the win-win idea, I've been trying to point out throughout this entire discussion, ways in which we can achieve that. And I think we have to start with our own country. We have to start with our own government, which is in disarray. We are electing the wrong people. We are decrying, quote, the elites, which is a radical revolutionary concept that we have to get rid of the people in government and just put in ideological loyalists. Since we have to conquer the virus of fascism in our own country, have people in charge who are responsible. And I will say this, the Biden administration has put responsible people in power. The National Security Advisor, Blinken, the Secretary of State, special envoys like John Kerry have done an absolutely fantastic job of trying to clean up the mess that Trump wanted to leave behind because he has absolutely no concept of how to run foreign policy. And we need to understand as Americans, we need to grow up and be adults and get rid of these radicals that are elected by these gerrymandered districts and which are hyped on social media to people who think only in ideological terms. We have to conquer our problems first. If we do that, I guarantee you we get better people in government. I don't worry about our relationship with China.
Then let's turn to the ghost of Christmas future. Not to bring Dickens into this conversation, but suppose we don't do that. You know, one thing I can see happening is that Xi and the Chinese in general, they make fun of us. They say, you know, we are winning this competition. We are better than you are economically. We are better than you are in terms of diplomacy, although that'll take a lot of doing. And we are better than you in terms of stability. So you are a laughingstock to the United States. So what I'm saying is, you say that we need to clean up our act to reach a win-win, but I'm asking, what's the flip side? And if we don't do that?
Well, we don't even have to blame it on China. We blame it on ourselves. You can imagine what it is. And one of the big problems right now that we could clean up is for the press to stop making Trump the major subject of every story that comes across their desk. We're just giving him free publicity. We don't need that. We need to put this man in his place. He's a major loser. He's lost every single contest. Even when he won, he didn't win by a majority. And he's obsessed with his crowd size, which is lousy. So we just have to kind of put the virus. We have a worse virus than COVID right now. It's called MAGA.
I totally agree.
So let's control what we can control first.
What it tells me is that you know, our success or lack of it is in an echo chamber, a global echo chamber. So if we want to succeed in the world, we have to clean up our act. And if we want to fail in the world and we fail locally, that is nationally, we are going to have a huge effect on the world. And who knows exactly what will happen with respect to Russia and China and other autocracies. But I fear that we are the only thing that could stand between, you know, success and failure globally. I mean, there are organizations now that are pushing back on the money being spent in Europe on climate change. They're complaining that the European countries are spending too much. And so we need a global leader to speak to them, maybe somebody like Joe Biden, say, stop that. Bottom line is that we are in an echo chamber, like it or not, and what we do or don't do affects not only the relationship we have with China and Russia, but what they do to others.
Everything, if the United States sneezes, it's going to go around the world right now. Because the fact is, whether you want to call us a hegemon or, you know, we want to refer to the Pax Americana. So either as we phrase it negatively or positively, whatever we do in the world has consequences. However, there are continents full of aspiring peoples who have their own desires for freedom, autonomy, prosperity, health, and so forth. I think we have to look at our common humanity. We have to go beyond politics and geopolitics and appeal to our common humanity. The individuals who do this in human history are the ones that are most highly regarded. These are the individuals that speak person to person across great distances of cultural difference, because there is a certain biological and psychological basis to human behavior that forms a common ground. Maybe we can reach out and meet on that common ground. Whenever we have person-to-person relationships with people in other countries, if we have person-to-person relationships, cultural exchanges between Russia and the United States during the Cold War, for example, it sets a tone for eventual cooperation and collaboration. Peace Corps has done this. It's a person-to-person kind of program. We need more of that. Even under the most dire circumstances, we can reach out and touch somebody in another country.
I'm so worried that the cost of getting to a kind of balance is dire. It's a huge cost, and people who are of fair-mindedness will be at risk. And sometimes in global history, you will have to agree that a lot of people who were decent, law-abiding people were killed in the process. So those leaders you're talking about who have the right idea, we need them now. We need them soon.
We do have them. We do have them. You think of Navalny and Kara-Murza, and of course Mandela in his time. These were not individuals that the United States government necessarily supported for their philosophies, but we recognize them across borders and across political ideology as individuals that are animated by an unusual sense of justice, and we place our hopes in them. We regard them as heroes. We remember them over centuries. All the great religious leaders have been such types of leaders, and they transcend everything else in human history.
I would like to explore that more with you, Jane. I would like to explore with you how somebody who has the right sensibilities, the right ideology, the right words and thoughts can get to be a leader or not. Because I'm sure there are a lot of people who had very good ideas and thoughts who didn't get to be leaders. So how does the better leader emerge in our world and change things for the better? I hope I can get you back for that discussion, Jean.
Well, if we go to the appeal of Joseph Campbell and the Hero of a Thousand Faces and Star Wars and all of our cultural entertainment today and our preoccupation with heroes and saviors and messiahs, it's very much a part of our culture because we're so frightened by what media now is unloading on our doorsteps.
I agree with everything that you say. Thank you, Gene Rosenfeld. Thank you for coming down and keeping the world company. I so enjoy these shows, and I hope we can get you back in the next few weeks.
Thank you, Jay.
Aloha.
Lovely.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, Put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books, and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Tommy Tuberville is out of his freaking mind. So who is Tommy Tuberville? Well, he is a Republican pro-life retired football coach. He has been in the U.S. Senate representing Alabama for not quite 2 years. He has never served in the military, but has somehow been appointed chair of the very powerful Armed Services Committee. He is completely unqualified for that position. For the past 6 months, as chair of that committee, he's been holding up confirmation of military promotions, holding some 300 of them hostage and in limbo. This is all on his demand and condition that the DoD change its policy on paying travel expenses for women service members who want to have an abortion. Although this issue is legally a matter of DoD policy, unless the Senate accommodates his demand, he will continue to stand in the way of all promotions. This includes the reappointment of Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is scheduled to retire on October 1st. Tuberville's actions are unforgivably ignorant, destructive, and stupid. He has effectively paralyzed promotions in the United States military. With all that, he is still chair of the Armed Services Committee and still able to block these promotions. In a time when we rely so heavily on our military to do its job in dealing with so many threats in the world, this is sheer madness. Is Tuberville operating alone, or as a proxy for Trump and Trump's followers? We tend to think it's exactly that. It's a brand new politicization and only for political purposes. And although the GOP pretends to support the military, this is a huge swipe at the rank and file. In any event, it's an insult to the Senate and Congress, and the government in general, and the voters of all parties, and the country. It's certainly an insult to the military, not just the officers he is holding up, but all the officers and all the men and women in all the branches who serve the country. Where is the Senate leadership? Where is Mitch McConnell, assuming he's still capable? Really, can't Tuberville be removed from this committee or from the Senate in general? Where is the DoD and the Chiefs of Staff, and the White House? Where are the officers' associations? Where are the service academies and their graduates? Where are the military lawyers? Shouldn't they be screaming at the top of their lungs? Can they do nothing? And what do our American veterans think of what is happening here, the ones who have already served, and have risked their lives in years past? The adverse effect on our national security, and on our military morale, leadership, initiative, and readiness is unprecedented, profound, and obvious. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year on military and national defense. This kind of thing pulls the rug out from all of that. At the very least, it is a huge chink in our national armor. And what do patriotic Americans just like you think about what is happening here, those who care about the country, and who understand that we need to defend ourselves, and that we have an important role in global security? And what do our allies think of us? Perhaps again that we are a laughingstock, and not to be respected or trusted. And worse, how will our enemies, like Russia and China, capitalize on what Tuberville is doing, and how will they exploit this new weakness? They say the U.S. government is more and more non-functional, and that the country is falling apart. Sorry to say, but this is just one more indication that that is clearly so. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha and welcome. I'm Peter Rossig. I'm your host for Hawaii's Volunteer Champions, a program here on thinktechhawaii.com where we talk to a wide variety of volunteers and ask them what they do and find out a little bit about the organizations they do it for. But mostly we want to find out why in the world people give up two of the most valuable assets and resources, their time and their effort, to help some cause or other. And what they get out of it, what they think they're doing for others in doing this work. So today we're going to talk about junior achievement, which is, if you're old as I am, you remember from when you were a kid, and maybe we'll find out a little more about the history of that. But our guest today is Imari Hun, who is a banker and a branch manager for First Foundation Bank, and is a volunteer for Junior Achievement. Imari, welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. And we also have David Earls, who's the Junior Achievement Executive Director, and he's going to tell us more about the organization. But Imari, let me start right in. What do you do for Junior Achievement?
So I get to go into the classroom and teach the materials. And, each classroom is different. Each grade is different. And I have fun every time, no matter what grade I have taught.
Every time. I want to just tell every time. Okay.
Yes, fun every time.
Okay, go ahead. What do you do? When you get to the classroom? What do you do?
So junior achievement is super organized. So they always give me a packet, well-prepared material with everything I need. So all I do is show up with a packet and teach the lesson. So it's easy for me. All I have to do is make sure that I interact with every children in the class and helping them do the activities and get the concept and have fun. That's the most important thing.
And what are the concepts? What are you trying to, you're not teaching people to grow roses or something like that. What are you teaching them as a banker?
Yes, so, well, the materials, last time I taught, it was entrepreneurship. So it was a little bit older class and entrepreneurship. So teaching about what is a business, what is a commerce, what do you do when you sell things? What do you have to think about? And I can see the wheels turning and they have fun creating their own businesses, that type of concept. And they have to understand you're doing this to make money. What is money? How do you make money? That kind of stuff. So finance information is important too. So I educate them on that part.
Let's see. How much time a week, a month? How often do you do this kind of thing?
Well, every school year or semester, sometimes multiple times a year, they ask me to come in, and sometimes it's a 3-day session. Sometimes it's 5 days. So I get to choose how I like to participate.
Wow. And your employer is okay with you disappearing for that amount of time to do this work?
Yes, it's not a long period of time that I'm gone, and this is very valuable, and I'm very blessed to, have a workplace that allows me to go and volunteer. I'm not teaching the adult that's coming into the branch and open an account. It's not that type of, volunteerism, right? But we're planting the seeds, and they support me, giving back to the community this way.
That's terrific. Just tell us, because I had not heard of First Foundation Bank, and I imagine neither one of my regular listeners has heard of it. Tell us a little bit about First Foundation Bank.
Yes, it's a regional bank, but with 12.8 billion in assets, it is considered a big bank. In Hawaii, there's only one branch, and that's probably the reason why you haven't heard of us. We're located in Kaka'ako, Waterfront Plaza, and it was formerly a Pacific Rim Bank for this location. But we do have branches in California, Texas, Florida, and Nevada.
All right, that's terrific. So tell me a little bit more about going into the classroom. I mean, what's the youngest students you've ever dealt with? What are the oldest students you've ever dealt with?
Kinder was the youngest, and that's little, difficult to really teach a class. So it's more like playing so that they would understand, the lesson. But the older children, it's more like creating a business. So there's actually an activity, and you have to think about what business, what are you selling, price point, profit margin, that type of deal. So.
And do you find, are you kind of starting from scratch on these subjects? Because I remember, when I was in school, we didn't get very much like this. And I always thought, they should have taught me how to write a check. They should have taught me how to balance a checkbook or things like that. I never learned that in school. I had to go back to the University of Hawaii and get an executive MBA before I could figure out how to balance the checkbook. But there's not very much education like this in the public schools, is there?
No, this is the reason why I think junior achievement is fantastic. I don't have to come up with a material. They give me the material to teach. When it comes to whatever topic it is that's in the curriculum, it's easy for the teachers, the volunteers, to teach because it's all spelled out, what to say, how to engage. And I'm good with engaging with people, especially kids.
I can
get
tell somehow
full
that
of
you're good with
myself.
people. All right. David, let's go to you for a minute. Tell us a little bit about junior achievement nationally or internationally, actually, and in Hawaii.
Sure, Peter. First of all, thank you. Thanks for doing this. You know, volunteerism here in Hawaii is such an important thing, and there's so much of it here that just needs some focus, right? Find a purpose for what you do. And when we get someone like Imari that's excited about it, excuse me, from the standpoint of it's her day job to deal with the adults that haven't learned this stuff, and she can now raise the kids up in this way. It's really kind of fun. It's very exciting. So junior achievement as a national organization has been around 100 and I want to say 9 years. I probably should have looked that up, but over 100 years. Let's leave it at that.
1919.
There you go. See,
according to Wikipedia, it must be true. So 1919, I think.
Thank you. You did the homework I should have done there. I appreciate it. So yes, so 100 and what's that? 4 years now. But the JA Hawaii chapter actually started in 1957. So it's very interesting history I won't get into the depths of, but literally the Honolulu police chief was really tired of the ruffian kids running around as gangs. And he got the civic leaders in Honolulu together and said, how do we help? What do we do about this? How do we get these kids to realize they don't have a future being a gang member? How do we get them to realize the future is actually in business? And they picked their first executive director, sent them off to San Francisco, and he brought back the first of the lesson kits, went through some training, and it's evolved through the years, and yet the basic premise is the same. We're a very small staff-wise, but we have a lot of volunteers, a lot of people like Imari who love to go into the classrooms. We have 53 different lessons that we can access. You know, when Imari says, yeah, it's all just you go in and open up a kit and read this stuff, it's true. From kindergarten clear through 12th grade, 53 different types of lessons that can be taught. And so what we do is we interact with teachers, and parents can get involved too in this, but it's mostly the teachers that ask for lessons. And so they call us up. They say, I've got a class I want to be able to teach, whether it's an entrepreneurship class at the older grade levels, or it's just flat out the basics of economics at a lower class level. Then we pair that classroom up with a volunteer like Imari. And we've got a spreadsheet right now. I checked today. There are over 80 teachers right now that are asking for classes that we don't have a volunteer set up for this year already. Now, that doesn't mean we won't get them, because we have a lot more teachers are going to ask, and we have a lot of volunteers that only can do it next semester or whatever else. And so it really comes down to scheduling. But the beauty to this is Imari can go on the spreadsheet, look at when she has time, and pick a lesson plan that she's comfortable with, and can drive to a classroom where she wants to teach these classes. And that's what we do with all the volunteers. And it's pretty exciting stuff. When you can teach, Peter, a young person how to balance a checkbook, and they realize my mom and dad haven't done this, and they go teach mom and dad, I kid you not, it happens. It's powerful. It's very powerful.
Beside banking or finance or whatever, the things that Imari is teaching, what are some of those other lesson plans?
So we really focus on finance, on entrepreneurship. So basics of finance, literally from the beginning. Entrepreneurship is kind of fun at the younger grade levels. For instance, one of the lessons I found intriguing, and I wish I could go teach, but I don't get credit if we teach as staff. We have the volunteers do it. But I've gone in and watched a few. And one week, the volunteer told every kid in the classroom, they were like first or second grade, they said, when you drive home tonight with mom and dad, I want you to look at all the signs on the road and realize that every sign on every building is pretty much somebody owns that. Clear up through the Safeway, whatever it is, somebody owns that. And I want you to come back next week and tell me which one of those buildings you want to own when you grow up. And get them thinking along those lines. The third leg of the stool, so it's finance, entrepreneurship. The third one, we do have workforce readiness programs too, trying to teach kids more about the importance of being on time, the importance of dressing properly, for an interview, those sorts of things as well, so that we're trying to prepare the youth of today to be the leaders of tomorrow. That's really what we're all about.
Leaders and workers, and let's not underestimate the importance of having people who can, we're feeling it now, just having the people to staff the various jobs we need. Everywhere you go, short staff is hurting a lot of businesses today. For the record, is this just for public schools or private schools, or what? Is there any differentiation about which kind of schools can call you up and ask for some help?
So we focus heavily on the low and middle income public school systems, but we definitely have kids or teachers calling us clear up through the Punahos and Iolanis and saying, hey, I want to see your kits. I want to understand what you're doing. And they will use our lesson plans. And all of this is free, by the way, to every teacher that asks. All of it's free to every kid. We don't charge a dime for this stuff. We go fundraise otherwise, make sure that everybody that can or that needs this actually gets it, and never is finances the reason behind not having access.
Wow, that's great. So in other words, any teacher could ask for a kit about entrepreneurship and use that kit in their classroom. Anybody under the 12th grade, I guess.
What kills me is I literally last weekend sat with a friend who was a finance person that's now gotten into real estate and all this. And she was asking me what I do for a living. I was telling her, and she says, wow, last year I volunteered at a private high school and I taught finance and I had to make up the curriculum myself. And I just kind of laughed. I said, yeah, I could have given you exactly what you're looking for, completely turnkey. And that's what we do. We've got a storage shed here full of these kits, and there's actually digital lessons as well. If the teacher and the youth are willing to go with a digital version, we much prefer that, because we prefer not having to print all these extra pieces of paper, having all these extra things in out in the environment that may not all get used. Yeah. And so we have digital access to every one of our lesson plans as well, and we open it up for the teachers and the volunteers that way too.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Obviously, I didn't know that, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know that that's available to them. So, Amari, do you do all your volunteer work in person, or are you doing anything in Zoom in these days and times?
I have done it through Zoom during COVID. That was out of necessity. I didn't want to stop volunteering. It was challenging, though. It was even more challenging to keep them their attention. Okay. So I much rather do this in person. I walk around, I touch base with every kid. So, I can't do that online. So I do it in person.
So no question, you'd rather be doing it in person, even though it means obviously it's a longer haul to get out to the schools and it takes more time. You could do it from your desk in half the time, but you'd rather be out there interacting with the students.
Absolutely. I do much rather to be in person with every meeting or class, not just volunteering. When I see my clients, same thing. I rather much rather do it in person.
That's very interesting. And what do you get out of this? I mean, you seem to enjoy it, but what does it do something for you personally?
I just love talking to kids and see the light bulb go, I love it. And, from the beginning of the class, the session to the end of the session, I love seeing the progress. Sometimes I hear them saying, oh, I want to work at the bank like you, or I want to be a, baker, or whatever the lesson we might be talking about. They understand what they can achieve, and they're so excited. And I love seeing that. And especially when I get to teach class like, finance or how to get a job and keep a job, I feel like I'm developing my own future associate. There's the satisfaction. Someday these people are going to be my, associate, possibly, right? I love it.
Be careful. You don't want them to be your associates. You don't want them to take your job. So you got to be a little careful. When I used to teach journalism, I was always very wary of somebody, there are a lot of kids smarter than I am. So I'm going to ask you a tough question now, and David's here, but he's not listening. So is there anything you would change about the program? Anything you would say, gee, I wish this was being done differently, or, this was really a drag? Is there anything like that you'd like to see handled differently?
Not really. I just love doing junior achievement work. The part that I don't like the most would be reading all the materials prior to the class. It's just, I feel like I'm sitting in a class. I have to do all these reading, but then that's necessary, right? So only thing, if they could change any part of the prep work to be available online, maybe, instead of the paper book, maybe there's a prep work digital version there, maybe some of them on the video or something like that. It'll make it easier.
All right, David. I know you weren't listening to that, but so there's a thought making it a little easier for your volunteers. Is how do you do that? I mean, how do you get volunteers? They're committing not just the time in the classroom or with the students, but they're committing, I think, a lot of time to just getting ready and making sure they know what they're supposed to teach.
Correct. So these kits are actually created by a PhD level team of trainers on the mainland. Out of Colorado is actually where JA USA is based. There's actually also a JA Worldwide, which broke away from the United States side about 20 years ago. And JA Worldwide is huge in Africa right now, huge in parts of Asia, and really large, also growing in South America in ways that you wouldn't expect, because the rest of the world is waking up too to the fact that entrepreneurship, having business skills, even basic finance, is how you thrive in this world. Of course, people skills, all the other things are there and important too. But so this PhD level team of educators create the actual lesson plans, and then they test them over and over and over. And in fact, those kits change every 2 to 3 years. Something in them changes as they learn and as they grow. And then also the feedback that we give, such as what Amari just did about, hey, I would like to cut down on my prep time. I've heard that. I was just at the national conference just a few weeks ago, and that was also brought up there. Volunteering in this time coming out of COVID has really changed. During COVID, we had everybody volunteering because we were able to go Zoom classes for everything. We had CEOs and presidents of organizations left and right saying, I can finally handle an hour. And they'd go do a 1 hour presentation, but they'd do it from their office without ever leaving, and they could just schedule that hour. Now it's we're back in the classroom, the teacher's saying, you know what, we're tired of Zoom. Please bring the volunteer to us. And so there is a lot of time to drive to these classrooms, especially if most of our volunteers maybe work in the downtown corridor, and we're trying to get out to Eva Beach or wherever else it may be. We're on all islands. This is a statewide organization, so we're other places too. In fact, Hilo is really active. Hilo has been exceedingly active almost since inception in the late 1950s. They've got their own advisory council, and they really are active because it's a tight-knit community, so their volunteer base stays right there and does their thing together. But yeah, it is a struggle to get the volunteers to give 3-4 hours of their time to do one lesson in the same way.
How many volunteers, say on Oahu here, what's the bank of volunteers roughly that you can draw upon?
So during COVID, we hit about 350 volunteers statewide, and I would say 2/3 of them were on Oahu alone. I actually didn't pull out that stat.
That makes sense.
But this last year, we dropped clear down to 171 volunteers this last school year. And so we're aiming to go to 200 again this year. Our numbers are up. We're actually getting more students, more classrooms as we go back into it, because it was just more volunteers were willing to do one Zoom class. But once we get into a school room and teachers see the value, and the students, we have other students wanting to do it as well. This translates to actually, I'm going to tell you our target. I'm looking sideways at my screen to look at these numbers. My staff have heard this, but it's not published. My board hasn't even heard. We're aiming to do 350,000 instruction hours this current school year here in Hawaii.
Oh, that's impressive. So, Amari, can hear from David. They're going to be looking for more volunteers. What would you say to somebody? You must talk about this dinner with friends or family or whatever. You do this. What are you, crazy to give up all this time? What would you say to somebody to convince them to actually go and volunteer?
That it's fun. It's fun interacting with kids, and it feels so good that you're actually teaching them something that they feel is valuable. And you don't have to do any prep aside from reading. You can just go in and teach your stuff. So it's easy, it's satisfying, it's great fun. Why not volunteer? It doesn't take a whole lot of time.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So the elevator has gotten to the bottom floor, and you've given me the elevator speech about why I should be a volunteer. David, how does somebody become a volunteer? What do they have to do? Are there any, any hoops to jump through?
You have to be able to breathe, you have to be able to talk, and you have to be able to think a little bit.
Oh, I was almost there.
Of course, we can't all be Amari, right? But at the same
No.
time, when I mentioned that it's a mainland firm, a mainland team of people that put these lessons together, that automatically says, oh, does it fit with Hawaii? Is it something the kids will understand? And that's why the importance of these volunteers. We want people to walk in the door, use the concepts that the educators say these kids need, but give it the local flair of their own personal experience here in Hawaii. It's far more than just having a kid hear the words that's on a piece of paper. It's actually getting to the point of almost a mentorship where it's not the teacher reading the stuff. It's somebody in the work world that they can look up to and say, some young lady or man could look up and say, I want to be a Mari someday, and start listening in a way that you otherwise wouldn't. And that's what we get a lot of with these youth who really want to become more than they are based upon, I've seen my teacher 1,000 times and I'm tired of her. And the principal keeps putting me in his office or whatever it is.
All right.
Here's somebody that walked in the door that says, oh, I actually could own a 7-Eleven or, whatever it is, or I could come up with my own idea, or I could be a really good worker in the world I'm in. And that's the real power behind what we do, is personalizing it for Hawaii's youth, again, so that they become our future leaders.
That's interesting. And do you have examples where volunteers have gone into a classroom and then they've come out, but they've kept the students followed them, so to speak, where they've continued a relationship or mentorship, and that went just beyond the hour or 2 hours they were in the class?
So we actually have this was interesting. The national office chased down a young lady who was at Radford High School a number of years ago, so before my time involved. And I was sitting at the national conference a year and a half ago, and they kicked up this video interviewing this girl, and I was going, she could be from Hawaii. And as I listened, I go, she just used the word pal. And I kept listening. I was going, what's going on here? And she's now working in finance in San Francisco, and she attributes it directly to a gentleman. I'm not going to use names. I don't actually remember all the names of everyone involved, who came to her high school and taught an entire series of classes called Company Program. And she got involved in them and was deeply involved, created her own little business and sold a product out of Company Program, is what they do with that lesson plan. And that got her thinking about, how do I get into this world? And it's very powerful stuff that these kids every day learn from us.
When I was young, people in junior achievement, as I recall it, they would create a business and they would create a product, something, that they could actually try to figure out. In those days, it was building out of kind of raw materials, not computers, but you'd build something, you'd create something, and you try to sell it. Is that still the way junior achievement works?
So that is one of the lessons. That is called Company Program. That's one of the things we do. It's actually about to start up in Hilo this, I think it starts in September. They're pulling that one together right now. We don't have a company program running on Oahu at the moment. COVID kind of kicked us in some weird ways. You don't have the same momentum in the same things. So we had to stop a lot of those long-term hands-on projects. And now we're building back into it. I anticipate we'll have that and others going in the next year or two.
Terrific. Amari, we're kind of running out of time here, and I want to give you a chance to just say a little more. Your enthusiasm is infectious, and I'm sure the kids, the students of all ages, catch that. How are you going to continue doing this, or do you think it'll run out for you, or what's your vision of the future?
I've been doing junior achievement for a long time, and I've done it in different states too. I used to live on the mainland for some time, and I will not stop. I'll do this as long as I can.
Okay, well, that's terrific. David, again, if just on a mechanical basis, what if I wanted to sign up, or if I'm a teacher that wants to get a kit or get a volunteer, I assume I start at the website. How does that work?
Correct. If you go to our website, jahawaii.org, if you go there, there's 3 different tabs, and one of them is if you're an educator, one's if you're, you want to be a volunteer, and one if you're actually a student and looking, or donating, I guess maybe is also a tab on there. Please pay attention. But yeah, you go there and you can, from those tabs, click through and say, I'm a teacher. I've got these kinds of lessons, these kind of kids. I want to teach this lesson. All 53 of the overviews of the lessons are on there as well. It's the website has everything you need, jahawaii.org.
That's pretty simple. I think most of us could find that. And I think more people need to know this is available. Just, I had no idea that you could take the lesson plans and go and do your own thing. So that's really terrific. I do want to thank you both. It's been I've learned things that I didn't know, which is always fun for me. And I really honor what you're doing, both Amari, what you're doing, getting out there, in the nitty gritty in the classroom, David, making sure this thing's happening statewide again, which I didn't know. So, one more minute. I'm going to give you each a last minute to say anything you want to say, and then we're going to end the show. So I'll start with David. What's your last word?
Everyone listening, jump in. It's not just volunteering, but that's where you really should start. You need to understand the organization you're a part of. And so volunteer once, come learn what we do, and then get deeply involved in what we do. Donate or not, still find ways to take advantage of the lessons of the things we do and teach the youth around us so we have a stronger future here in Hawaii.
I thank you. We do need a bigger, stronger economy. I think we could all agree. So, Amari, you got the last 60 seconds here.
So volunteer, don't be afraid of the kids. They don't judge you. They have fun with you. So why not sign up and just get in the classroom?
Thank you. Thank you both very much for what you do, for spending this time with us, talking about this huge volunteering opportunity. We'll be back in a couple of weeks on Hawaii's Volunteer Champions with some new and different volunteers. But, this program, frankly, fills my heart with joy every time I record it. The enthusiasm of volunteers, the dedication of people who are running organizations, probably could be making more money elsewhere, but are doing what they are doing. So I want to thank you both again, and thank all of both of my regular listeners and anybody else who wandered in. We'll be back. Thank you, and aloha.
Ai serra nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu si un ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lassa sta, e non Ogni corre pida presumiente, a far me non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 Fund Drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO, as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it. And that's an incredible insult to the flag, and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out, and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble, Mon Lee.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, or you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Acow, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru. and Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Trump and Putin, Closer Than You Think. Referring to Trump's current campaign for president, Putin recently said, "We surely hear that Mr. Trump says he will resolve all burning issues within several days, including the Ukrainian crisis. We cannot help but feel happy about it." And in return, Trump said that he will end the war in a day if he's re-elected, and has called for withholding funds to Ukraine until the DOJ and the FBI investigate Joe Biden. This reflects the transactional relationship between Trump and Putin, and is terrifying. We should have known how close Trump is to Putin. That's what his attempts to manipulate James Comey and the FBI were all about. Trump was trying to avoid being investigated for his ties with Putin, and the help Putin gave him in the 2016 election. We've heard much more about it since, and it is now undeniable. Remember that Trump's first impeachment was based on his attempts to use a government appropriation to corrupt Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Biden's son for Trump's political advantage. But Moscow Mitch McConnell blocked the impeachment trial in the Senate, and we never got to the bottom of it. Remember how Trump repeatedly complimented Putin for being so smart and clever. Remember how Trump had strange private meetings with Putin in Helsinki. Remember how he insulted the American intelligence agencies when he appeared there with Putin. Remember the dossier that British intelligence agent Christopher Steele gave us about the golden shower compromat that Putin had on Trump. Trump denied the contents of that dossier, of course, but there's much more reason to believe it now. Trump was reported to be trying to build a hotel with Putin's help in Moscow. Trump denied it, and lied about it again and again, but the fact is that it was true, and it was a major business transaction between Trump and Putin. It may still be. And how could we forget the report of the Mueller investigation, which Trump's lackey, Attorney General William Barr, misquoted and miscommunicated to the country? That investigation was all about Trump and Putin, and when Robert Mueller spoke at the end, he warned us that Putin was a serious threat to our country. Remember that Trump never tried to help Zelensky or Ukraine in any way during Trump's
make the Alawai fishable and swimmable by 7 years. So this started in 2019. We are under the Hawaii Exemplary State Foundation, which is the nonprofit organization that we're underneath. And unfortunately, due to COVID, everything didn't go according to plan. The project didn't get funded and whatnot. But despite that, the project members at the time decided to continue to move forward anyway, right? Because we got the permitting to use EM, the effective microorganism, for the Alawai. So we've been moving ever since on a volunteer and donation basis. This is a community effort. The only reason why we made it this far was because of the support from the community. So it's been a blessing.
So with the Hawaii Exemplary State Foundation, what does that mean?
So the Hawaii Exemplary State Foundation was supposed to be a systems approach to addressing the flooding and the remediation of the entire Alawai watershed. So starting with the invasive albugia trees in the mountains to removing the invasive armored catfish in the streams. Our section was the Alawai Canal, and there was another group that was supposed to be, monitoring the coral reef out there from the ocean. So systems approach, something that's never been done before. And we were also supposed to be part of the STEM education program from the schools. So, all the schools in the Hopua are, letting them, empowering them with the tools, educating them and, having them take ownership of their, their land, their ocean, so that they can, bring that, make it better for the next generation, and as they grow up, continue to take care of it themselves.
So with the catfish, how were those introduced if they are not new species?
That's a good question. I didn't really look into that, so I really don't know the history behind that, but that's something I'll look into.
Yeah, so but with the Hawaii Exemplary State Foundation, you were supposed to receive a large federal grant?
Yes, I believe Dr. Ken Kaneshiro is in charge of that, and he's still going after that grant, and we have faith in him. It could come any day, as he's been telling us. But instead of just waiting, we've been making moves where we can, and again, the community, the Genki Alawai project is a community project. It really is. It's a community endeavor. We've been expanded from not only the schools, but corporate sponsors, private sponsors, all of these people coming together. Everybody from pre-K to our kupuna, everybody can get involved. This is a project that we can all buy into. A worthy cause. So again, we're just so thankful for the community.
So let's have some pictures of the little Genki balls. Can you show us, Michael, what they look like? Yeah, so balls made out of.
Yes.
The idea originate? Where did it originate from?
Great question. Yeah. So the Genki balls are actually mud balls, simply with good bacteria. It's called EM. Effective microorganism is the main ingredient for these balls, and EM was actually developed in Okinawa, Japan, by Dr. Higa, and it's been used all around the world. From a little island to the whole world. So it was mostly meant for agriculture, but you can use it really for anything. It's really holistic, but it's usually in a liquid form. But in this case, we make it into a ball form so that it can actually sink to the bottom of the canal where all the sludges, that's the main pollution we're trying to address. So to get back to your question about the ingredients, it has soil, rice bran, which is basically the skin of brown rice, the byproduct to make it into white rice, and EM, the effective microorganism, and we have some molasses in there as well, that acts as the food for the microorganism. So really simple, just those ingredients: soil, rice bran, and some EM.
Nice. So tell us about how you guys came up with the idea to do this. Who was the person who started all this?
Yes, so we were actually inspired by the Osaka Fishermen's Cooperation. They used EM technology and these Genki balls. We actually got the name from them as well, to clean up Dotonbori River in Osaka and to clean up Osaka Bay. So that river back in the day was kind of like the Alawai. It was very infamous. It was smelly. Nobody wanted to go in there. If you fell in it, they said you'll die. So that's kind of the reputation that river had. And because the fishermen, their livelihood depended on healthy water so that they can get the fish and their plants, they decided to do something about it. They found out about Dr. treatment to really, take care of not only the river but the entire Osaka Bay. And they were able to do that. They stood there, I believe it was like 3 to 4 years. All the sludge levels went down, odors went away, and they were able to see their clams come back like fivefold. So it was a great result, and that's what really inspired us. And that was back in 2003, I believe. And they finished in like 2005, 2006, and that was about the same time where the Alawai, had that sewage dumped into the canal, right? 48 million gallons of raw sewage dumped into the Alawai, and unfortunately, a man passed away from that infection. So that's I believe what really made the Alawai infamous. After that case, that really solidified it. So it was around that same time that all of that went down. So they really inspired us to make it happen over here. 'Cause in Japan, there's lots of cases where they use this technology to clean up their rivers and ecosystems, even around the world. So this is a proven thing. This is not just a pie in the sky. Just trying it out kind of thing. Like there's proven cases, and it's not a matter of CM will work. It's a matter of will we make it work, right? So I believe that we can do that. Hawaii can just be another example, not only for it won't be just a win just for us, but we can be an example for another example for the world.
So show us some pictures, Michael, of the students that are involved, students and teachers that are involved in the project.
Yeah.
Tori.
Also, this is a picture. We initially started with Alawai Elementary School and Jefferson Elementary School. The Alawai, that's their backyard pretty much. They're right along that canal, and it started with them. The teachers there, they embraced the project. So it's thanks to them that we're able to get things going from the jump. And this is a picture of them, during their initial talks, throwing the Genki balls into the Kapahulu end of the Alawai. And we started here strategically because that end is the most stagnant, polluted portion of the Alawai. For those who don't know, the Alawai Canal, when it was built in the 20s, it was actually originally planned to connect to the ocean. So both ends were supposed to be open, but they realized that if the Alawai connected to the ocean to Waikiki, all the beaches would be polluted. So funding had run out, and they realized the potential pollution. So that's why it stopped right there by the Kapahulu Library. So we started there again because that was the the most polluted part, the most stink part. If you walk by there, back in the day, if for those that remember, it was unbearable. But if you go by there now, there's almost no smell at all. So that's where we started.
So can you show us the pictures of the different schools on the website, Michael? Yeah, and this is great. There's so many people involved.
Yes. Again, this is really a community effort. Starting with all these schools, educating the kids, while they're young, because our mission is to, just really empower the people of the community and to work together to restore the Alawai watershed, right? And this project is really just a catalyst to open up the potential to clean up more waterways, and that's actually happening today. There's a collaboration between Kamehameha Schools and HCC. They're calling it the Genki Kapalama project. So the Kapalama Canal, that's coming soon. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, so why don't you show us the picture of the the new life that is swimming in the Alawai. We have some pictures of that.
Yes. Unfortunately, the left side was supposed to be a video. I'm sorry I didn't submit a picture. That's my fault. But we've been seeing a lot of biological indicators. Anywhere from stingrays. Last year we had the monk seal come through to the convention center side of the Alawai, which was unheard of, right? And that was right before we did a talk out there too. So the timing of that was unreal, right? And people are sending us pictures of turtles, sharks. Just going there almost every weekend. We see a lot of native fish coming back as well, not just tilapia, right? We're seeing ama. We're starting to see mullets and like other small ahole. It's a sight to see.
That's amazing. So let's go to the collection sites. Can you show
just throw it anywhere, as much as we would love to. We are data driven, so we do take before and after water quality samples, just to measure the effectiveness of the project, right? So we have 4 test sites right now, behind the ThinkTech logo. That's where we started on the Papahulu end of the canal. That's where we do most of our classes. And number 2 is right behind Alawai Elementary School, by the community gardens out there. And right across the street, by Lanui, Kalaimoku Street, that area was sponsored by the Ritz-Carlton Residences Waikiki Beach. They were able to sponsor the water quality testing there. So, shout out to Ritz-Carlton. And number 4, by the convention center, that was sponsored by the Honolulu Festival Foundation. So thanks to them, we're able to open up. So we kind of have 2 ends of the Alawai and the middle as well. Of course, we want to expand those sites and, be able to take more data, present more data to the public, not just, we want to be able to map where else the sludge levels, elsewhere on the canal and, take measurements there as well. But that's where we're at right now.
So who's taking the data? Is it the volunteers that's taking the data, and who's developing the data?
That's a good question. So we do need, it has to be official. So in the beginning, the city and county was helping us out with the data collection. We had a support from the governor, but unfortunately, the Red Hill crisis happened. So, all of their resources went there, naturally. But luckily, we were able to partner with ACOS Labs, which is a another third party lab that has been able to assist us with obtaining that water quality data. But the sludge levels, though, that's just on our own. We have our measuring meter sticks, and we just stick it in the sludge. And it's been fun seeing the sludge levels go down. Being able to see that for yourself and actually see sand on the bottom of the Alawai. I wouldn't have believed it until I seen it myself. So
usually sludge just covers the whole bottom.
Exactly. Yeah, it covers the bottom. It covers the reef. People might not know, but there's coral reefs in there. And there's sand on the bottom, and that's under all that sludge. So that's why we're making it into the ball form to remove the sludge layer by layer.
So can you explain to us how the sewage gets in the Alawai? How does that happen?
I'm not too sure exactly how all of that sewage got in. That's something I have to look into. But a lot of storm drains, lead up to the Alawai. So that plays a huge role. And of course, we have Pololo Stream, Manoa Stream, and Matuki Stream that feeds the Alawai as well. So a lot of the pollution from upstream, that's the main cause of.
And people need to throw away their dog poop and all that kind of
Definitely. And this is a reactive solution for sure. For some people that might be thinking, well, if you don't address the issues upstream, the Alawai will never get clean. I mean, that's valid, but we'll get there, right? This is a systems approach. Right now it's just the beginning. Getting people aware. Empowering them with the tools, and we do see results though, right? So once we start with the Alawai, we want to work upstream, like using EM further upstream, into from the mountains, so that we'll get that whole effect, cleaning the whole watershed, not just the canal.
So let's go to the current results slide, if you can, Michael. Yeah, so show us what this is. What is this?
Also, this is just a chart of the sludge levels where we first started. From 2021, it shows where we first took the measurements of sludge, and this was actually a story that, well, I wasn't there, but my father was telling me, how the city and county people were trying to take the water test, and they stepped into the sludge like knee deep, and they lost the slipper, and they were like, oh wow, we found a sinkhole. So that was the point where we started measuring that sinkhole where he went knee deep, and since then it's been from over 20 inches to less than 5. That's a huge difference. So seeing that in just the 2 testing spots, we want to have more elsewhere on the canal where we can take these measurements.
And then show us the other slide with the enterococcus and the slide of enterococcus.
Yes. So that is the fecal bacteria, the main bacteria that people are concerned about. It was this fluctuates, according to rainfall and whatnot. But as you can see, from 690 to 46, right? The acceptable levels are 130. So anything fluctuate. Yes.
Can you go to the current results section in the website?
So basically what we're doing with the microorganisms is just restoring that balance, right? In any environment, in any ecosystem, there's microbes. They're everywhere. Bacteria is everywhere, in our bodies, in the air, in the water. So with EM, what we're basically doing is putting more good bacteria in there and, just making that shift so that there are a lot of neutral or opportunistic bacteria who follow the leader, right? They're influenced by, what there's more of. So if you have more good bacteria in the water and ecosystem, all those neutral middle bacteria, they'll follow suit. So we're just rebuilding the ecosystem from the bottom up, right? The food chain, microorganisms, they're the bottom, but they're the foundation as well. That's the most important part. Once you get that good, then everything else will flow nicely. So that's the simple idea of using bioremediation.
I mean, I see this too. You have oxygen saturation test, and
yes,
like it's greatly improved.
Yes.
It here there's even 135%. How is it
Yes.
possible?
Yeah, so the microorganisms, they oxygenate the water, so it is possible to go over those levels. Yeah.
It's like 100 was the highest, and there's the turbidity too. That's gone down a lot.
Yes, yes.
Also, this thing salinity, I was a little bit confused how that helps because isn't that dependent on the water?
Yes, so that is dependent on, like you said, the water, the rainfall, and all of that. But that's just another thing that when they take the water quality test, that's what they include as well. So we just included everything that the state, or not state, the state tests for, the Department of Health, and the labs, the data that they give us. We just try to present everything much as possible.
How about temperature? Is a lower temperature better or a higher temperature?
That's a good question. Higher temperatures, are usually breeding grounds for, like the Vibrio, like the flesh-eating disease that's naturally in there. So, I mean, it does vary in terms of that. But with when you have EM in there, even if the temperatures do rise, it keeps in check those other microorganisms, those other bacteria, viruses that may thrive. It keeps their levels in check. So.
And this pH, is it better for? Should the pH be around 7.4, more alkaline, I'm assuming, and not acidic?
Yes. More neutral pH would be good. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, there's so many things here. You even have an ammonia test, nitrite test. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the ammonia is, the smell, obviously, but that fluctuates a lot as well. But, I mean, if you're a ROI regular, or, somebody that goes there, I think, just we've been getting a lot of testimonials from, regulars, people that paddle there, that, wow, like, it really doesn't smell anymore. So, although those numbers may show otherwise, I mean, just being there firsthand, experiencing it for yourself, I think is the biggest indicator for that.
No, that's great. So, was there a reason that you and your father specifically got involved in the ROI? Do you play golf near there? Do you paddle? Or?
So actually, my father was again inspired by the Osaka fishermen. Around that time where they finished, not finished, where they really started seeing great results of bringing back their waterways. We had, that spilled sewage into our waterway, right? So he actually raised his hand at that time, saying like, we can use EM to bring this back. But unfortunately, how the laws written, you can't just pour anything into an open waterway. So unfortunately, at that time, we weren't able to get the permitting or whatnot. I'm not too sure the full details of that, but it's timing, right? There's a time for everything, and in 2019 we were able to get that. So yeah, here we are now, making it happen.
Do you, when you want to have a community event where you have the malls?
Yes.
You have to apply for a permit for that, or just? How does it work each time?
Yes, so it depends on the location. We do need, if it's on the promenade by the convention center side and whatnot, or Alawai Elementary School, we need a permit from the state. It's part of the Parks and Recs. But luckily for us, the Kapu Hulu Library has been a great partner, since the beginning of the project. And our community projects are usually done there on their lawn, so we don't really need a permit corporations, companies that do want to just make it on their own. A lot of the major hotel groups in Waikiki, you know who you are. Thank you so much for all your support. We've been working with them. We're just, they can make it anywhere, but when it comes to throwing, just a project member would have to be there, or according to the permit, just so that we can observe, anything, if anything unusual happens or whatnot, we'd be there to report it. So that's pretty much the main protocol. So we do not, really recommend people just going out there and throwing it anywhere. There are rules and regulations that we want to abide by, just be respectful of.
So, I mean, what percentage of the Genki balls is actually EM? Because EM is quite expensive. I buy that online for my garden.
Oh, right on. Yes. So to make it cost, I don't know the exact percentage of, in terms of ratio to solids to liquid or whatnot, but we do make something called activated EM. So like you said, EM, it may seem expensive, and that's because it's a concentrate. So regular EM can be extended 20 times. We make something called activated EM. So out of that EM concentrate, we'll extend it with the molasses and water. So that's able to, make it a lot more economical for everyone.
And I know you said that corporations have been providing some of the funds.
Yes, we've been getting a lot of donations.
Yeah, like that. Is that all funded by sponsors?
Yes. All the donation that we receive, go towards mostly towards materials, for being able to put on community events, or just to support the schools as well. Some schools don't have like budgeting, or like some other nonprofits that we partner with, may not have the budgeting, but because of those donations, we're able to give back to the community. They're able to pay it forward and support another community making event.
Yeah, no, that's great. Do you guys have any? I know I saw on email that you guys have also run a community event every month or something.
Yes, and we would love to put on a lot more, but with our limited numbers, we're at one a month for now. But we're looking to scale it, in advance for sure. We try to release the date at the beginning of the month, but usually it's on the second to the last weekend or last weekend. So usually on a Saturday, and it will be at the Couple Hulu Library, and we try to release information about that. If you're on our emailing list or on our social media, as much as possible.
So it's a few hours that you dedicate.
It's actually really quick. Making Genki balls, it especially when you have a group that is really efficient. We can make 1,000 balls in about an hour and a half.
Oh wow.
So we've been doing 2 sessions because of we've been getting a lot of inquiries. So we do 2 sessions. So about 2,000 Genki balls per community event recently. Yes. And we also give them an opportunity to throw as well. So it's not just making the ball, it's throwing it. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. I think I definitely want to participate in one of those sessions.
Yes, we'd love to have you. We'd be honored to have you out. That'd be wonderful.
So, how many people do you have in your core group of volunteers that leads the session?
Yes. So our main, or I guess the main members of the group official, there's about 5 of us right now. 6 in
ThinkTech, the show for people who care about their health and the health of our planet. My guest will be Kavika Carlson, founder of the Hawaii Running Project. If you have ideas for the show and questions for my future show guests, please contact me at healthyplanetthinktech@gmail.com. Check out my website at graceinhawaii.com or Instagram at gracefuliving365 for more information on my projects, including future show guests. I'm Dr. Grace O'Neill. Aloha, everyone.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy, and global failure to deal with climate change have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill or the greatest generation or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal? Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID, and like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is thanking us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is Making Books Come Alive with Chris Trammell, who is a life coach and also a book coach. Welcome to the show, Chris.
Hey, Jay. Thank you so much for having me today. I really greatly appreciate it.
So what is it to be a life coach? Let's address that first. How did you get to be a life coach? And as a life coach, what do you do?
Well, really good. So the two things I'm going to clarify as we start is I'm a life work coach and I'm an author performance coach. So now we get to talk about what is a life work coach versus a life coach. In the space of life coaching, someone that's going to give you the tools, the strategies, the pair of eyes on your actions that you're taking that maybe you can't see that you're doing to help you grow, succeed, improve in those areas of life that matter most to you that maybe you haven't been as successful as you like to be on your own. That's a traditional life coach. I say, as a life work coach, Jay, what are you here to do? Are you doing what you said your life's mission was to be about? I look for that alignment, that congruency between self and what we actually do in the world. Not the, I got a great job, it's paid me really well, but I really kind of fell into it. It wasn't what I wanted to do as a passion type guy. I'm the one that comes in and looks for that deep, meaningful life work alignment. So it is a life work coach.
You remind me of the guidance counselor at high school, who said, what do you want to do in this life? And and she had a chart there, of 50 things. I'm sure it's much more than 50 now. And she's, let's look through the chart. And okay, you want to be a physics teacher, or you want to be a lawyer or a doctor, or whatever. Okay, and you'd make a pick, right?
Yeah.
And then she'd have a kind of commitment from you, and you'd sail off into college and beyond, and you try to follow what your guidance counselor suggested to you. And we know now that's not the right way. We
Right.
know now that you have to have some life experience under your belt so that you can make that decision. And we know now, and correct me if you disagree, we know now that most people make the wrong decision.
It depends on the time frame in which you're looking at the wrongness of that decision, right? Because there's a little bit of wisdom inside of the Robert Frost, two roads diverged in the woods, and I took the one less traveled. That, I think, speaks to the uniqueness of our circuitous journey sometimes. And then absolutely, Jay, there are times where we've made choices that they were impulsive, they were young, they weren't mindful, they weren't aware, but man, they might have sure felt good at the time.
Well, and then of course, and I always want to crank this into my thinking, there's the dynamic. Nothing stays the same. Nothing is as intransmutable as change itself. And so here I am, and say, her advice was good to me for 5 or 10 years. And I look around and say, wait a minute, this is not, it may have been correct at the beginning, but it is no longer correct. And I'm adrift because I have to make that choice again. And I don't have, I don't have the life experience to help me do that. So
Yeah.
I'm really, I'm tossed and turned about it.
Really great, Jay. Two people, you talked about high school counselor. I still remember mine to this day, and his last name, not going to say it. And the thing that he told me to do, he said, you're not equipped to do what I said I wanted to do. I'm not equipped for that. You should do this. And then later in life, around the age of 25, someone I really respected inside of a specialty program I was in said, Chris, I don't think you're made to do that. You should just open up pet stores. You'd be really good at that. And I thought, all right, well, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Just because they're born before you doesn't make them the smartest kid on the block. It just means that's what their life experience has them say at that point in time.
Okay, a pet store. That sounds like it might have been very fulfilling, but you got off into something else. And that reminds me of another question I wanted to ask you.
Please.
We live in a world, in a country, no, a world, it's a world.
It's a world.
Where you can fall into things by virtue of walking down the street.
Yeah.
You could pass by a store which has I don't know, needlepoint, and say, oh, I missed out on this. Let me go look in the store, and I'm really sold on needlepoint. So I'm gonna change my direction right now. Now, a needlepoint is only an example, but it could be anything.
Yeah.
I could get in trouble. I could be drafted. This is my own experience. I could be drafted, and then I could say, I have to find something that would be better than the draft. And lo and behold, I did.
Yeah.
I was able to do that, and that changed the direction of my life. And it was involuntary. It was completely, the historical opportunities folding in on me. And there I was coming out of the tunnel with something brand new I would not have expected. And it was right.
Wow.
So query, I mean, all these factors are coming together for an individual, and they're always out there in play. All of these factors are always possible.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what does a life work coach do to succeed the guidance counselor?
Oh, really great. It really is. Well, let me ask you to illustrate how I'd respond. Was there something you wanted to be in your youth that you're like, I want to do this?
I wanted to be an architect.
An architect. All right, very cool. I wanted to be a veterinarian. I loved being around dogs. My dad was military police for the United States Air Force. So when he came home, I grew up with German Shepherds. I didn't have a nanny. I had a German Shepherd. So inside of architecture, did you design things? Does your home always have a specific look and placement for things? Do you find that thread of architecture, that thread of structure, of visual creativeness being expressed throughout your life? Or did you
You
leave
know,
it?
it might have been thus, Chris. It might have been thus, but that what I described to you was a long, 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 long time ago.
Mhm.
And had I been exposed to it, had I had more input
Yeah.
on that discipline, uh, I might be able to answer your question more positively. But I've been torn away from any thought of that for a
Yes.
long time. And I can tell you I like colors and shapes, but beyond that, I don't demonstrate skills and propensities that would make me a good architect. I
Yeah.
could have been wrong. I could have been wrong, you know.
Yeah.
That was a flash in the pan kind of decision that
Uh-huh.
never went anywhere. And I think there's another factor there. Are you qualified to do this? Okay. And later on, if you revisit that same issue, um, have you been doing things that confirm
Yes.
you're really qualified? Maybe it was just a will-o'-the-wisp idea that really wasn't accurate.
Yeah. Well, you're doing both parts right now. It's really interesting. You may not see it, but a coach sees it. You're speaking into the possibility of something, but at the same time, you're also saying, are you qualified? Qualifications immediately put boundaries and buffers on stuff. And it kind of goes to that statement, it's not so much the destination, it's the journey. So, yes, I want an architect for my final product for something. I want a physician that has gone through medical school. But in the process, Jay, there's no one that's stopping you. If it really was what you wanted to do, that doesn't have you going to the local JC taking up an architecture or a design class. But here's what I'm hearing. It wasn't a fire in the belly thing you wanted to do. For me, working with animals was something that I knew I wanted to do. Boy, since I could crawl, you might as well have been Romulus, Remus, and Chris, because I was there that much with my animals. So for me, I still work with training animals. I still work to be part of a national park system or to work with zoos. So I find ways where I still bring it into my life. And that's what I'm talking about, life work. Maybe what pays you did not follow what you said you really wanted, but it doesn't eliminate that there's that something there, that opportunity, that playground, that creativity that said, I never got to do that. How can I still incorporate that into my life?
Well, I can have a dog, which I do. And I love my dog dearly. And I guess it's not the same, of course. And I am not likely to walk by a pet shop and, and change my life because it looks so good.
Yeah.
But I guess that's an opportunity that is always open. And if you have the resources, if you have the drive, if you have the time, you could walk by the pet shop and say, I think I'll do this now. And
even as a
you must be
volunteer,
happy.
like you have amazing skill sets. Maybe someone would want to use those skill sets, but that goes away from, well, it's part of life work, right? Like it really is, Jay. What is your education? What is your enthusiasm? And what is your life experiences all prepared you best to do in your life? Deliver that.
Oh, okay, we could talk about that forever, but we're about halfway through our time. And I wanted to go to the next, area of discussion. So, what you've been talking about is finding yourself in the world, finding where you belong, finding, who you are, really.
Yeah.
And the other thing we're going to talk about is making books come alive.
Yeah.
And I suggest, you can agree or disagree, I suggest there's a huge relationship between, being a work counselor, a work coach,
Oh.
and coaching on somebody writing a book, because you're looking for a lot of the same things, and you're making the assumption that this person knows what's in that book, or this person, has the ability to translate his or her life into a book that others will read and enjoy. Am I right?
At least segments of their life, parts of their life. If they're a Napoleon Hill, it's a good summary of life. But many people just take their professional experience. They don't do the whole life, but they do a deep dive on a segment of their life that they could really deliver their expertise from. And those are the types of people that I support inside of the Author Launchpad, where I say, yes, bring a book to life. Take it from wall, which is where everybody wants to be published and be up on the bookstore wall. I say from wall to world. What does it take to bring your book out into the world as a tangible, usable experience, not as a good conversation? Aha. Oh, I read this great book by Jay Fidell. It was wonderful. Oh, it was fantastic. And then what? But if Jay had some nuggets in his life where he's like, hey, these are Fidell's 5 ways for living a great life, you would want to know that people are applying those 5 ways to have that life.
Last hour I had a discussion with an historian, and we got into the thing about ideology, and we got into the thing about great leaders who adopt and speak great ideology. Not every one of them changes the world,
right?
But a lot of them do change the world. And the question is, how do you find that in yourself so that you articulate a view, an ideological view, could be in any subject of human experience, that will make you a leader, let you emerge into the world as a leader. And of course, you've got to write it down or at least speak it in the media.
Right.
Do
That's
that.
right.
And not everybody can, but to me, that is one of the things that would make me want to write a book, because I think that in all human beings, there is some wisdom,
Yeah.
some more, some less. And there's also the need to share that wisdom,
yes,
and have it improve the lives of others around us.
Yeah.
And so it seems to me that if you take that approach, then anyone can find in himself or herself the nuggets, not, as you say, not everything that you've experienced, but some of the things you've experienced that are worthy of sharing and that will, help other people lead better lives, at least philosophically. And
Yeah.
so the question I put to you as a life book coach, a life work-book coach,
Very good.
is how do you help this person who articulates a desire to write a book
Yeah.
find a subject that's consistent, with what he or she has been doing and what he or she believes is his or her core.
The finding the subject part's really good. So if someone were to come to me, that's really at the seed of a book project, right? And I like what I say, people who are ready for varsity. If you remember back in high school, there's frost soft, there's JV. I want them book published or about to publish is my ideal client. Now, I've been hired by a few people to help them in the longer development of the process, to kind of be a consultant to what you're talking about. People say, well, what's that thing I'm going to write about? Well, it's at the intersection, again, of life experience, life enthusiasm, and your professional or your traditional education. But where does that passion intersection happen for you? What do you want people to know? And the one that I'll say sometimes, Jay, is, you and I are someday going to reach the end of this wonderful mortal journey.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Chris.
And they're going to say something about us. What is it that you want them to say about you? How do you want to be, if you got to be the
So you're writing a tombstone.
Well, it's the part of the eulogy, right? Like, what do you want them to say? And if that's what you want them to say, then have you reverse engineered it all the way to your book? Because maybe that one book is the only one you got time to get out in the world. What do you want to say there that builds on what you are most passionate having another human being know about themselves?
What do you say to the guy or girl who says, "Oh, no, 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 I'm not going to share that. That's my professional secret.
Yeah.
That's business intellectual property.
Yeah.
I can't give that away. And I would be cheating the people around me in my business if I told all the secrets about how I was successful in my business or whatever the enterprise was."
Yeah.
What do you say to that person?
Well, there's a couple answers. One is it depends on what it is, right? Like there's intellectual property of a process, a system, a patent, electrical engineering. There's one thing there. But in the world of intellectual process, Jay's 5 ways to living an awesome life, I don't know that Jay's going to come up with anything new at this point in time. He might say it newly, but don't be so concerned that someone's going to steal it. Be concerned about how frequent you could be, how omnipresent in sharing your message you can be, how active to getting it out in an audience to where essentially you're the person that gets known for it. That's where I want people to be, is like, don't worry about who's going to worry more about how many people can you serve on any given day. That's a better game to play than the protection game.
Good answer. So, I'm thinking of Marcel Proust, who had this thing about the Petit Madeleine. It was a little cake that you had for breakfast in France when he was a kid. And he would go to the little cafe on the corner and he would have a Petit Madeleine and some cafe. And then it would remind him of his life at home, when he was a kid. And it would be a kind of keyhole for him to get through that keyhole, and it would open his memory on everything that happened that he was a kid. And if you can do that, there's a lot of satisfaction. So he said to himself, and Marcel Proust was a great French writer in the 19th century. He said to himself, gee, I think that would be of value. I'm making this up. I have never talked to him. I would like to share with people this whole notion that the tactile, the taste of the breakfast roll, or any tactile experience, any taste, physical experience, can get you back into a time where you really enjoyed yourself with your only good memories. So I will tell you my story, but I want you to have the same experience. It is the core of an 800-page book that he wrote called Remembrance of Things Past. And it's not in English, it's in French. But my point, though, is that is a kind of documentary about his experience. It is certainly not technical or a discussion of intellectual property or his business. It is merely sharing with you an experience, an important experience he had, and offering it to you to have the same experience.
Well, as you say, a French guy who gets reminded of his youth, did you ever see the animation called Ratatouille?
I remember the term. I don't remember.
All right. So in long and short, there's a very cool, I think it's Pixar Disney cartoon called Ratatouille. And ultimately, the big critic of France is going to go into this restaurant and taste the something. And his words are either going to make or break the restaurant. And the moment he takes the taste of this ratatouille, which is considered a peasant meal, but it was made for this elite echelon, or this elite character of restaurant worlds, you see a flashback, and it goes back into his childhood. And it's very Jungian, Carl Jung style, Jungian, because Jung said, pay attention to the children's stories, to the myths that you enjoyed reading in your youth, because they will allude to the journey you're going to have as an adult. All of those seeds of who we became now are usually found in our youth. And more power to Marcel for, turning it into a very nice piece of literature to give people a lot of good access to what he was trying to describe.
Yeah, but you can take the notion of having the taste and remembering things, and that was for him, for Proust, it was probably true. This is what
Yes.
happened to him, and the things he describes really happened. However, you can take that notion. I could come to you and say, Chris, I want to write a book about a petit Madeleine small role and how it opened the keyhole for other things. And those things are going to be completely fictitious. It's just the notion of remembering things past,
Yeah.
starting with a breakfast roll. So, is that a worthy subject? Because that's personal, it's autobiographical, but it's also it's probably better than the actual experience he had. He wants to take you another step. He wants to give you the best he can remember or fabricate. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, and now it depends on the audience. I'm not a fan of pontification. I kind of roll my eyes at it. I'm an action guy. Like, prior to this, you said, Chris, can you stay still? I'm like, I keep moving, Jay. I don't know how to stay still. So when I hear people just kind of windbag, I get turned off. But there's some people who love a good intellectual exercise and to talk about something and to emote about something. So for that audience, Proust would be perfect. But for guys like me and all the other thoroughbreds that can't sit still and we got to be doing something, we'd be out of there after, did it have sugar on it? How did it taste? Okay, great. Is this done? I'm out of here.
Well, if there's 7 billion people in the world, there are 7 billion stories,
Well played. And which ones do we really want to read and which ones move humanity forward?
Right. So when you're a coach about such things,
yeah,
what is, do you help them with this kind of evaluation choice based on some thought they have or some sequence that they would like to deliver to their audience or the world?
Yeah.
How do you handle that? What do you say to them? Because you don't want to put your ideas on top of theirs. You want to pull it out from them, right?
Yeah, that's really great, Jay. You pointed to one of the most important parts is allowing that self-discovery. The name of my book that I'm going to launch 2024 right now, I have my advanced reader copy called Living Your Life's Work, From Discovery to Delivery. It really is the discovery process. And if you could allow someone to discover for themselves, that's where transformation really exists. I have been with the preeminent leaders of transformational work, and I hear the word transformation just thrown around too often these days. You contribute to somebody, you cause change to somebody, and true transformation is metamorphosis, caterpillar to butterfly. That way of being is just gone. You've transformed the trajectory. I want people to have that self-discovery that in the book, it's not just the book, it's the publishing of the book, the first stage of transformation, but the delivery, the reception that you get from the audience that says, I've been looking for you. I've been looking for somebody that knows what I've gone through, and now you could guide me through it. I've been reading and most of the time you go to Amazon reviews, it'll say something like, I've been reading all these books, but it didn't tell me how to do it. That's why I'm an advocate that authors move from author writer to author coach, because the author that's going to succeed in this world of so much artificial intelligence, and now you and I could go write a book tonight and have it on Amazon tomorrow just using AI. It is the author that shows up and allows for the discovery and is there with the discovery that is going to continue to have the sales and the impact that they want to have.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, worthy of a whole other show to talk about how AI fits in all of this. I read recently that you could write a book, a story, a full-length story, with a prompt that's only 100 words long, and the thing will write it for you. And you say, could that be any good? Well, yes, it could.
Yeah.
It could. It could. It's kind of the super coach. I wonder if that's threatening for you. It's kind of, it'll hand it to you, and then you can send it back, and you can say, no, I don't like this the way you wrote it up. I want it shorter, longer. Use more of this word. Change that character, and it will in a moment. And I suggest to you that writing a book, with AI is going to be more 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 easily done.
Yeah.
And you won't be able to tell the difference. When AI first came out, it's you can tell the difference. No, you can't. You can polish all of that up. There are certain, red flags, but the AI gets by the red flags so easily. So query what's the intersection between, writing or helping somebody write a book, bringing a book to life, as we say,
Yeah.
and AI, and where does it fit in your relationship with the projected author?
AI cannot deliver transformation. Only people can. It is a human dynamic. It is a dynamic of the human psyche. It's a dynamic of our collected past. AI could give us great content. It could give us great how-tos. It is a powerful search engine that will collectively bring it together, distill it, and say, here's the 5 things that you need to do to save more money, to have a better relationship with your family. But it's the mechanics. What AI isn't observing is the mindset, the being, right? The joie de vivre. You want to talk about French, guys, right? What is that passion, the joy of life that comes through? AI is not going to touch that. If we want to beat the box, Jay, it is us delivering our passion and our purpose live. Now, if we're talking about just straight sales, then use the AI to help your editing. That's fine. As a former teacher, I had programs that would help me scour and see, where did my students not cite? Give me the references cited, right? So if you just want entertainment reading, AI is all day long. But if you want difference making, that's people, Jay.
Wow, that's something to think about. Preserving our humanity, if you will, because there is a difference, and there will always be a difference.
Absolutely.
So what about the next phase of this? It found a subject. We have a few minutes more.
Sure.
We found a subject, and and the relationship is good. You're exchanging ideas the way you're exchanging them with me here now. And the guy says, well, Chris, here's the 50 pages that I wrote overnight, and I'm very excited and passionate about this, and it's what I want to do. It's not finished. Can you take a look at it and give me your reaction? Does that happen with a book coach?
As a book performance coach. So remember, anything we produce is a function of performance. So I'm interested in the performance of the author, both in the process, because they're building muscles for delivery. Even though they're writing, they're still building muscles for a type of delivery. And then I'm a performance coach for bringing that book to life. That is a different set of muscles. You're exquisite at being able to have great talks, Jay. But that was a practice. You built the muscles of that. Probably if we went back to your first couple of them, they were awkward. There was some dead air. Who knows what you did, right?
Some people think they're still very awkward. Never mind.
They had less punchlines like that, So inside of being an author performance coach, I want people to, and what performance does is it keeps it real. The minute we just go into the silo of information, we disconnect from the audience that we're trying to impact. We build the muscles of being alone, and then someone gets up and they say, hey, I wrote a book. And I'll ask, do you have an audience? I wrote a book. Do you have an email list? I wrote a book.
Yeah, vanity press is all it is. You can, for a few bucks, you can write a book and publish it.
Well,
but it isn't the kind of book you and I are talking about. Now, we framed this as bringing books to life. Let me ask you the penultimate question.
Please.
what is a book that's alive? What is a book that achieves that goal?
Okay, I'm going to swing out with a big one. I think we all know this book. Most people know this book. It's called the Bible.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, here's the thing, right? Talk about the biggest anthology of a bunch of authors pontificating. The Bible in and of itself is a collection of literature. It's just writing. It is through the medium of the pastor, that sacred space leader, that reverend, that spiritual counselor that brings the words to life in a certain way. And he brings a certain enthusiasm, or she brings a certain enthusiasm behind certain words, and then delivers with a certain interpretation that causes the book to live in the listener. But by
I'm not writing another Bible. The Bible is unique. I don't think anybody can actually compete with it.
I want to see
better. The great books of the last few centuries, are unique. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, all these books. These are extraordinary books. So if I want to write an extraordinary book and come to see you,
all right,
Chris, make this book live. Help me to make this book live. What are the parameters? What do you tell me I have to do to bring the book to life?
Oh, I love it, Jay. Thank you. Okay, so let's do this like we're doing it for real. We'll set a timer. Jay, can you think of 3 guests that were on your show that really left an impression on you?
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, give me one. If you can remember one, you're like, yeah, this was one of my favorite talks. Do you remember that one?
Jean Rosenfeld. She's one of our regular guests.
All right, Jean Rosenfeld. And what is it about Jean that you just love? What's that something you just love? Or what does she say? How does she be? What's the content?
She can answer any question. She is always prepared to answer any question.
Excellent.
And she will skate anywhere on the pond that we go. So that makes her an extraordinary guest. And she brings to the discussion an enormous depth of knowledge.
All right.
About history and about the history of various things in the world. And my own personal view is that you cannot possibly understand where we are today unless you know where we've been.
Very good. You added a number of things. So we would have been transcribing this on Otter. And what I heard is, one, she's a Renaissance woman. She's really got that depth and she's got the knowledge. She's got the expertise. I imagine there's grace and there's poise. So there's a way of being that you see that maybe you haven't articulated yet, that like there's a way of being that an expert needs to show up as. There's a level of mastery of content that an expert should also have. And then there's their unique something, their special sauce. That's something that they're known for in the world. I would say, okay, now that you got that, Jay, I want you to look at the 3 people that resonate most to you, and let's start to distill down the commonalities there, and now start to lay Jay Fidell's 5 principles for living a great life, living an aloha life. What is the word? It's umami is Japanese for fantastic. What's a word in Hawaiian for fantastic?
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But something like that, right? Like
Pono is good. Pono,
right? So, Jay Fidell's 5 principles for a Pono lifestyle. Now, you get to go through and distill down from those persons that you're able to contrast your ideas again.
Well, do I have to make reference to them, or can I just extract from my engagement with them what I believe is of value for this truth that we are discussing?
Yeah, very good. Well, it depends on what the outcome is. If they're still living, I would say yes, because having them be acknowledged and share with their groups is going to generate sales and visibility, right? And even if they're not living, there's usually enthusiast groups for certain persons that you could say, hey, I quoted Neville Goddard. I quoted Napoleon Hill in my book. I'd love to get your feedback on it. And now all of a sudden, that group is interested in what you've done, right? There's the prayer of Ho'oponopono, right? Ho'oponopono, something, I forget it right now, a Hawaiian prayer that has that. So you would find maybe a group that uses the word pono in it and say, did I use this word correctly? Do you have any feedback for me? And now your book permeates another level of community. See, we're great in community. We are who we are by ourselves, but who we really get to be is in community. And a book is an access to community. But if you don't do something with the content of the book, it doesn't live in the community. It's just a good aha for a book club.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there, Chris. Very interesting discussion with you. I'm so glad we went from the pillar to the post on this and learned so much. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again on a show which we will name Bringing Books to Life.
I love that.
All right. Thank you, Chris Trammell, a coach about life work and a coach about books. Thank you so much.
That's right, Jay. Thank you. If anybody wants to find me, it's www.theauthorlaunchpad.com or christrammellcoaching.com. And that's where I will help them bring their expertise to life.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Eniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain, and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles. supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about and learn from the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the US, and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline, and with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump Be Able to Get Away with It?" He's intentionally gotten into contentious litigation cases by the thousands during his life, so he's no stranger to legal stress and strategies. Further, he's been manipulating the media for decades, so he's no stranger to fooling reporters, broadcasters, and interviewers. Finally, he's been telling bold-faced lies and spreading disinformation for years, so he's no stranger to deceiving everyone around him. Although he is hopelessly ignorant, he's intuitively good at demeaning, threatening, and attacking his adversaries, and creating fear and chaos. Trump's appointee Aileen Cannon is likely to let him get off the hook on the Mar-a-Lago case, and she will go down in history for that. In the D.C. case, Trump will try to subvert the jury, the DOJ, and the witnesses. He will also challenge Judge Chutkan to put him in jail for contempt, but she is not likely to do that. Phony Willis has a very considerable burden with so many defendants, witnesses, and issues in the Georgia case. It is not clear she can convict Trump before Election Day. The complexity of selecting juries, presenting evidence, and arguing pre- and post-trial motions will allow Trump a myriad of possibilities to delay any conviction. For a criminal conviction, the verdict needs to be unanimous. So if Trump can intimidate, suborn, or otherwise convince just one juror in his favor, he can beat a conviction in that case. This may be a significant obstacle. In any event, it's not clear that a conviction in any of these cases can be final of appeal by Election Day. We can count on Trump to delay everything, and to slow things down by criticizing the officials and the system. And don't forget there are a lot of Trump judges on the appellate courts, so there is no guarantee that a conviction will not be reversed or remanded on appeal. And of course the Supreme Court is more likely than not to rule in his favor. He will make himself a Bonnie and Clyde folk hero by stirring up the media every day. This will help him entertain and provoke his base, and of course raise more money. On top of all that, there is at least a fair chance that these indictments will lose their relevance and their immediacy by Election Day. Things will change in the world. People will get tired of these cases and move on. While Joe Biden is busy doing the best job he can, Trump will nevertheless be attacking him in every way possible. That, along with Trump's entertainment approach, may cost Biden the election. While Trump entertains, Jack Smith properly doesn't talk about it. Televised trials or not, Trump will have the floor, and he will exploit it all the way through. Remember, too, that Trump will be sending dog whistles to his base, and that there will be threats of violence by unhinged followers at any time in the process. So don't hold your breath for accountability or preservation of the rule of law. Trump will do everything he can to disrupt and distract us, and break the system. There are two ways to stop him. First, focus laser-like on getting him convicted and sentenced to prison. Yes, prison. Also, get a more aggressive Democratic candidate. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump be able to get away with it?" Aloha.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Down the Road on Guns. Back in the day when Trump was president, we had these remarkable pitched battle street scenes in Seattle and Portland. There were armed law enforcement actors in unmarked uniforms attacking civilians. They were never held accountable. It was reminiscent of the brown shirts. With the expansion of guns and the right-wing base in this country, one wonders whether these events will repeat and expand into a daily cross-country Christmas tree of shootings, where more and more unhinged people have more and more guns and are shooting more and more victims in more and more places everywhere. The common denominator is that these shootings are always initiated by people armed with more and more powerful weapons against ordinary people who are unarmed, defenseless, and completely vulnerable. Like, for example, children in a school. How can we stop these mass murder assassinations? How can we come back from this nightmare, where murderers are well-equipped and free to kill whoever they want, where Congress does nothing, where the Supreme Court makes it worse, and where state legislatures simultaneously expand gun rights and guns? It's madness. We seem oblivious to the deadly terrorism across town, or maybe across the street, and the fact that the world looks at us and wonders whether we've lost our minds to let this happen. At the same time, there are those in other countries who have started to copycat our madness with their own mass shootings. This increasing gun violence and bloodshed, combined with the government's monumental failure to do anything about it, has had an undeniable and dreadful effect on our national psyche, and thus our nation. No surprise that people who worry about sending their kids to school have become depressed. These phenomena, taken together, are not only irrational, they reflect and also cause a loss of confidence in ourselves, our neighbors, and our country. We have never been faced with this level of threat before, where random violence shadows us every day and defines the quality of our lives and community and our national state of mind. When exactly will we come together to recognize how dangerous this is, not only for those among us who might become tragic targets, but for all of us who are affected by the resulting collective sense of insecurity and fear? This state of affairs is untenable and inconsistent with the continuation of our democracy. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today. You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the U.S., and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich or leashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. We definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline, and with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Will Trump Be Able to Get Away with It? He's intentionally gotten into contentious litigation cases by the thousands during his life, so he's no stranger to legal stress and strategies. Further, he's been manipulating the media for decades, so he's no stranger to fooling reporters, broadcasters, and interviewers. Finally, he's been telling bold-faced lies and spreading disinformation for years, so he's no stranger to deceiving everyone around him. Although he is hopelessly ignorant, he's intuitively good at demeaning, threatening, and attacking his adversaries, and creating fear and chaos. Trump's appointee Aileen Cannon is likely to let him get off the hook on the Mar-a-Lago case, and she will go down in history for that. In the D.C. case, Trump will try to subvert the jury, the DOJ, and the witnesses. He will also challenge Judge Chutkan to put him in jail for contempt, but she is not likely to do that. Phony Willis has a very considerable burden with so many defendants, witnesses, and issues in the Georgia case. It is not clear she can convict Trump before Election Day. The complexity of selecting juries, presenting evidence, and arguing pre- and post-trial motions will allow Trump a myriad of possibilities to delay any conviction. For a criminal conviction, the verdict needs to be unanimous. So if Trump can intimidate, suborn, or otherwise convince just one juror in his favor, he can beat a conviction in that case. This may be a significant obstacle. In any event, it's not clear that a conviction in any of these cases can be final of appeal by Election Day. We can count on Trump to delay everything, and to slow things down by criticizing the officials and the system. And don't forget there are a lot of Trump judges on the appellate courts, so there is no guarantee that a conviction will not be reversed or remanded on appeal. And of course the Supreme Court is more likely than not to rule in his favor. He will make himself a Bonnie and Clyde folk hero by stirring up the media every day. This will help him entertain and provoke his base, and of course raise more money. On top of all that, there is at least a fair chance that these indictments will lose their relevance and their immediacy by Election Day. Things will change in the world. People will get tired of these cases and move on. While Joe Biden is busy doing the best job he can, Trump will nevertheless be attacking him in every way possible. That, along with Trump's entertainment approach, may cost Biden the election. While Trump entertains, Jack Smith properly doesn't talk about it. Televised trials or not, Trump will have the floor, and he will exploit it all the way through. Remember, too, that Trump will be sending dog whistles to his base, and that there will be threats of violence by unhinged followers at any time in the process. So don't hold your breath for accountability or preservation of the rule of law. Trump will do everything he can to disrupt and distract us, and break the system. There are two ways to stop him. First, focus laser-like on getting him convicted and sentenced to prison. Yes, prison. Also, get a more aggressive Democratic candidate. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "Will Trump Be Able to Get Away with It?" Aloha.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies. and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified, blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, Wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people, into oblivion, every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people, into oblivion, every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance.
Wait, if you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, Find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him." Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Finding Happiness in Hard Times. My name is Ken Burtness, and I'm coming to you from Haleiwa out at the North Shore. Today, we're going to revisit what we did last week, and that is we're going to go back and try to give support to the people of Maui that are facing the difficult task of rebuilding. Today, I'm very, very fortunate to have as a special guest my friend Ilima Stern. Ilima is a teacher, and she's a writer, and she is also a chanter. Welcome to the show, Ilima.
Hi. Hi, Ken.
Ilima and I have been friends for a long time. We both go to the Windward Community College writing retreat 9 times out of the year. And it's always a pleasure. And one of the things that I look forward to most at the writing retreat is Lillian often asks Ilima to start us off, to begin the writing retreat with a chant. And every time Ilima has done that, it causes my heart to swell and certainly gets me in the mood for writing. And I've always really appreciated that. And so I've asked Ilima to come here today to give support to the people of Maui through her chanting. And I just most appreciate you being here, Ilima. And Ilima has said that she would start the show with a chant. So Ilima, I'm turning it over to you.
Okay. The chant I'm going to do is called Na'au Mapua. It's an ancient chant. It can be found in David Marlowe's Hawaiian Antiquities. And the translation I'm going to read to you is from the Edith Kanakaole Foundation. Ye ancestor deities, from the rising to the setting of the sun, from the zenith to the horizon, ye ancestral deities who stand at our back and at our front, ye gods who stand at our right hand, a breathing in the heavens, an utterance in the heavens, a clear ringing voice in the heavens, a voice reverberating in the heavens. Here come your progeny, Maui Nui Akama. Safeguard us, growth to the heavens, growth to the earth, growth to Hawaii chain of islands. Grant us knowledge, grant us strength, grant us intelligence, grant us divine understanding, grant intuitive insight, and grant mana. Na au ma pua mai ka la hiki a ka la kau, mai ka ho upu i a ka hala vai. Na au ma pua ya ka hina alo, ya ka akau i ka lani, o ki ha i ka lani, o we i ka lani, nudulu i ka lani, ka holo i ka lani. Ea ka pula pula a o ko o Maui Nui a kama. E malama o ko ya mako. E ulu i ka lani, e ulu i ka honua, e ulu i ka pai aina o Hawaii, e ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka ikaika, e ho mai ke aka mai, e ho mai ka maopopo pono, e ho mai ka ike pāpā lua, e ho mai ka mana. A mama ua noa. The chant is free.
Thank you, Lima. That was terrific. And right to the point for support and for the people of Maui, and thank you for that. Maybe a good place to start on the show today is to tell us a little bit about how you became a chanter, how you arrived at chanting, because I know it's an interesting story.
I came to chanting through hula, and I came to hula through learning Hawaiian language. In the 70s, when the Hawaiian Renaissance became, was happening, my sister Haunani and I, and along with our grandmother, who was not allowed to speak Hawaiian as a child, we took beginning Hawaiian from Lokomaikai Snakenburg at an adult community, studio, at an adult community education. And so this is how we got into learning Hawaiian. And through there, I got into hula, and along with my sister, we got into chanting. And chanting kind of spoke to me. It made me feel good about it, doing it. And I learned so much, while learning the chants and about my own history and my own culture. So that's why I became so interested in chant.
Wow. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of chanting in Hawaii, about how that, because it's been with us a long time, right?
Yes, it's been with us a very long time. Ancient Hawaiians chanted to greet the day, to greet the dawn. They chanted at the birth of a child. They chanted when a house was completed. They chanted to ask for strength. And they chanted whenever they entered the ocean, and they entered the forest to collect greens for making lei and for their altars. They chanted, for asking our gods and our deities for help, but they also chanted to say thank you for all of these wonderful blessings that have been poured upon us.
What really touches me is the part where you talk about how chanting is a request for strength. And certainly, I think that's the case with the people in Maui today, and the case for all of us during these hard times is to look for and find strength. And certainly chanting is a wonderful, wonderful way to do that.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the training for this, because that's something that, I've always been interested in, because I've done some amateur acting, including a number of plays here in Hawaii. And one of the first things I learned when I was studying acting was how to project. And I was always envious of your chanting, because, they told me when I was training as an actor to be able to reach the last seats in the house. Well, you certainly always outdo me. You reach way beyond the last seats in the house. So I've always wondered what kind of training that you were able to do to have that full sound come up in the chant and reach out to everybody who is listening and move everybody like you move us at the writing retreat when you chant for us. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, I'm certainly not an actor, but I heard about projection. When you learn chant, I've had several chant teachers. They tell you to breathe from your diaphragm, like you do when you have to sing, in choral. I was in the Kailua High School chorus. Yeah, so they tell you to breathe from your diaphragm and to bring it up. Also, they tell you to allow the breath to hit the top of your head. Just project it there, okay? And then what they tell you to do is go to the ocean and try to chant over the waves that are beating on the shore. And that's one thing that, I've done and I've tried to do. They also tell you that if you are in a room and chanting, that you need to, like you said, project your voice to the very last of people sitting in the last row or the farthest people away from you. Try to get your voice to reach those people. At one hula workshop I went to, we were in a place near the ocean. Like, I can't remember it was exactly, but like near the docks on the Honolulu Harbor. And this is with the Kanaka Oles. And so they told us we were standing at one pier and to reach our voices across to the pier across from us. And that's what we tried to do, all of us that were there learning to chant. So you need to work on your breath and you need to work on your breathing. And another thing chanting does is it helps you with your breathing. It helps you become a better, stronger, having a stronger breath, getting your breath to come out stronger. So it works together. Breathing and chanting go together very, very well together. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, living out on the North Shore, and I live very close to the ocean. I live one house away from the ocean. And I've spent over 40 years walking the beach. And a lot of important events in my life have been at the beach. And that beach out there in front of my house, Keiki Beach, is in the winter very loud. The surf is coming in and it's going boom, and it's hard to understand that I could stand there and do that and over over voice the ocean. But the one thing that the ocean does for us in the islands is I think for all of us is it gives us a feeling of the Aina. It gives us, we're so with everything. It's just a very spiritual experience to be at the beaches here, not only on Oahu, but certainly, of course, on Maui and Kauai and the Big Island and all the neighbor islands, which I've had the pleasure of being on. But it's just amazing. And that sort of brings me to my next question, Yelima, is I've always been impressed with the connection to spirituality that chanting has and how it helps you feel spiritual. It reaches your heart and it reaches your spirit and it reaches your soul. And I was going to ask you to talk a little bit about that.
Okay. Chanting is spiritual, and for me, it does fill my spirit. I was told by one of my chanting teachers, Kumbulinchenko. Well, my sister and I were in class together with him. So he told us that when we stand and are ready to open our mouths and chant, we're not standing there by ourselves. We have an ancestor on our shoulder sitting there with us and helping us and giving us the strength to chant. So whenever I'm asked to chant, I put that in my mind. I remember that. I remember what Kumulenchenko told us, that I look over and I think my ancestor is here with me, and I gather strength from that, you know. And so when I open my mouth, I realize that it's not just me chanting, but it's my ancestor or ancestors along with me. So it's very spiritual. It fills me. It's something that I do all the time because I'm a hula teacher. I teach chant along with hula in my classes. And when I prepare to teach a new chant to my students, I make sure that they understand all the history and the culture, the meaning behind it, so that they're not just learning words, but they're learning what comes with all of these words. And that, I think, helps them to get that across in their chanting. And it helps me to get it across in my own chanting.
I think that's, you know, that's certainly so important. The fact that, you know, that you're not doing this alone when you're chanting, and that you're passing it on to the next generation. That's just such a wonderful thing. I know that, you know, I mentioned going to the ocean, like you did in your training. When I go out to my beach, I'm never alone. Not only are there tourists and locals out there, but they're the people that are important in my life. My dad's ashes are scattered on my beach, off my beach. And my daughter was baptized on my beach. And I'm sure that's not uncommon among all of us here in Hawaii, is that everywhere we go, there is somebody traveling on our shoulder, like you say.
Yes.
And it's very moving.
I think,
Yeah.
I think, and you know, because you're at Keiki, I've experienced Keiki Beach. We did a wedding there, my sister and I, one of our hula students, you know, years ago. So I think you should go down and practice trying to getting your voice over those waves because they're very powerful. When I tried to do it, I went to Kailua Beach because I'm a Kailua girl, grew up in Kailua. And so there were, you know, people walking on the beach in front of me. And I stood there and opened my mouth and chanted. And I'm like, you know, do I want to be careful, you know? But it didn't intimidate me. I just opened my mouth and chanted. And they looked over and they thought, well, what's this woman doing? You know, what's she doing? But Kailua Beach is very calm most of the time. So it's not like Keiki, like, you know, where you are. But, and about your father's ashes, my sister, you know, I know you know my sister died recently, and we spread her ashes at Kailua Beach. That's where we grew up and where we spent a lot of time in the ocean out there. So there's that connection too. And she always felt that going to the ocean was very important for all of us. You know, it calms you, it fills your spirit, like what we're talking about. And it's just a very important part of living here in Hawaii.
Oh, it is. And that's interesting. I hadn't realized that you had, had been at a wedding up at Keiki Beach, and that's great because I spent a fair amount of time at Kailua Beach. I have a men's group that meets every other Sunday, and we meet at our leader, so to speak. His house is right on the beach. His yard extends to the beach. So, and the men's group starts at 9:07 on Sunday mornings, every other Sunday morning. So I always get there early, and I help set up, and I help prepare a little bit of food for for people who are coming. But that gives me time to go down for 15 or 20 minutes and just sit on Kailua Beach and just enjoy that terrific view there, and the wonderful people passing by. I even wrote a story about all the people passing by, because there was everybody. It was people came in ones and twos and threes. They came with dogs. Um, they were running by, jogging. They were walking by. They were picking up trash. Sometimes are looking for things at the ocean, at the surf, or just cooling their feet in the surf. And it was such a community down at Kailua Beach that I always felt, even though I was visiting from the North Shore, I always felt very, very at home, and very comfortable, and at one with the people. And there's a lot of people. My friend tells me that he's out very early, like 6 o'clock or something, jogging or walking on the beach. And even then, there are people there who are just being at one with that beach over at Kailua. It's very special.
You might have seen my sister. She would pick up trash on Kailua Beach. That's
Wow.
what she. Yes, you might have seen her there.
That's great. That's terrific. Maybe with all your, the work that you do, and the contact that you have with the people here through hula and chanting and everything, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how people have felt or been affected by what has happened at Maui, and maybe share a little bit about how our concern and our love and our aloha for all the people over there, and the difficulty that they're facing now.
So many people here have relatives on Maui. My husband has 3 relatives there. He has a niece, he has an uncle, and he has an auntie. And his uncle was living near Lahaina in the Homestead area. We found out, we were worried that we couldn't hear from any of them, but we found out that his house, one wall of his house burned down. But he is lucky that he just has to renovate and rebuild just by replacing that one wall. But there's so many people that have are now homeless and are living in hotels and living in tents. And so the people that I work with, that I teach at my halau, we held a vigil, just by chanting and by trying to reach Maui with our spirits. Like you saw at the writing retreat, so many people are writing about Maui and getting that out, and trying to reach Maui in that way. Alex, someone read his essay. It is a wonderful essay. I heard him read it at the writing retreat. And I think that a lot of these people should be writing to the newspapers and telling their stories, their Maui stories, and letting them be known. There's so many people that want to donate. The woman who was my sister's best friend is back in Opelika, Alabama. And she called me and said she hadn't heard from so many people, but they remembered that she lived in Hawaii, and she's heard from people who she's never heard from in years. And they're all saying they are feeling for Maui. They are feeling so sad about what they see and hear that had happened on Maui. And they're asking about ways to contribute and ways to help. So I told her, I said, they're overwhelmed with donations right now. The best way to contribute is by donating money through the Red Cross or other well-known agencies, But I mean, Opelika, Alabama, the people there are in sympathy to Maui. Yeah. So
I think one thing that we tend to forget that, and what you're saying is that the islands reach out to the mainland.
That's
and
right.
we have so many connections there. one of my good friends that I've known for, well, I hate to say how many, she would probably be upset if I said how many years I've known her, but she's always lived in California, but she's danced hula for over 30 years in a halau there. And I'm hoping to, one day be able to get her halau to dance via Zoom for us. Because they and all the other people that are connected with hula, and there are so many halaus all through the United States. And she's been dancing, forever, and it gives her joy. And and all of these people want to reach out and and give their aloha to and support to the people of Maui. 2 weeks ago, when we had that show that you're talking about, where Penny read Alex's poem there, we were able to read 8 of them, but there were a number of other ones that I'm still getting submissions. People are sending me their poems and stories as well. And if anybody in the audience is interested, what we're going to try to do, if there's an interest there, is to put them in some sort of form, either a digital form or a book form, and to make them available to people. So if anybody in the audience is interested, let ThinkTech Hawaii know, and so we can work on that project. Because like Ilima said, so many people wrote, and so many people wrote moving things, because the emphasis was on, we couldn't reach out and put our arms around the people of Maui at that moment. Being in Oahu, we could send a message from our heart, and that's what I think the people of the writing retreat did, was they reached into their heart and tried to express their feelings of support and aloha to those who were affected so tragically by these wildfires. Well, our show is running a little down, so I'm going to stop talking, and Ilima has a wonderful chant for us to finish off, and she'll tell us a little bit about the chant, and she'll give us that wonderful chant of hope for the people of Maui.
This chant is called Ua'au Hawaii. It was written by Larry Kimura, who teaches at UH Hilo, and the mele to it, the melody to it, was put to it by Kalena Silva, who also teaches there. So I'll tell you the translation. The announcement of dawn appears as a glowing streak upon the heavens. It is a narrow opening in the darkness heralding the day. It is a messenger of the purple glimmer from the east. Streaks of red stain long cloud formations, reposing serenely upon the pillars holding up the heavens. I turn to gaze upon this, focusing on the growth and the rising of a new day. Yes, day has arrived. Bestow upon us your radiant light. Here upon the earth, filled with the spirit of life, Hawaii is in the brightness of day. It shines brilliant. From its boundaries, from the east to the west, it wears as its finery a myriad of knowledge, of deep insight from the depths of antiquity. My sole duty is to embrace and to cherish, so it may be firm in the repositories of enlightenment. Yes, day has arrived. This is a poem for Hawaii, which has seen the light of day. Kau e ka wenau ke au I ka lani, e weke weke I ka pōpili puka, e elele o ka poni poni kina, kau ke kahe awana au I ka ala a papa, la ia na iluno ke kukulu o ka lani la, o ka uye huli alo ne I ka ulu e, ai. Wow, o mai la ko malama I ka honua nei I ka mawiola wow Hawaii I ke olino nei mai ka pina ka velo na kala ka hiko ia I ka I ke mano mano ka I ke koli umai o ke kilo mai o ka uno ia o ka pulama Apa amaka iku o ka ike. Ai, wow, Emily no Hawaii, wow.
Oh, thank you, Elima. Thank you for that chant, and thank you for being on the show. That was wonderful. And we're out of time. So I wanted to thank, of course, Elima, and I wanted to thank the people at ThinkTech Hawaii for all that they do and support us. Jay and Carol and Hayley and to Michael, of course. It's always wonderful to be here and with them. And thanks especially to the people who are with us, joining us through this Zoom presentation. And we wish you the best for the coming days, and we will see you in 2 weeks at the same time in the same station. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here. I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before, so the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver lower cost, longer duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capabilities, and supporting at-scale deployments to boost industry support for new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthroughs in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal, and we're up for the challenge. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or CETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. CETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas in the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is about politics. Politics are not all local anymore. If you hadn't noticed, elections have gone national, and most of us regularly get email from candidates who are running in other states asking for money or support. Indeed, these candidates and political organizations are asking strangers in distant states for help because they think we can help them. And yes, maybe we can. Sometimes they're in battleground states that have national importance and really need to hear from us. Sometimes they just need to get money from outside because they can't raise enough at home. The bottom line is that congressional elections, and even some state elections, have become national. You shouldn't just delete the email you get from candidates in other states. It's worthwhile to take a look at it and figure out who these candidates are, and what they stand for. Reading the newspaper could help. Then maybe you can decide which ones are worthy of your support, and possibly even consider giving them some money. We need to refresh the composition of Congress. It's increasingly clear that there are some real bums in Congress, especially in the Senate. We need to throw them out, and the only way we can do that is by recognizing this reality and making contributions to worthy congressional candidates running in other states. Maybe this can ameliorate the problems with the Electoral College and the 2-senator per state rule. In a way, contributions are kind of like voting, aren't they? Voting is good, but remember there are a number of red states where the GOP has passed legislation to reverse the popular vote and turn the system upside down. Of course, you can only vote in your own state. If you want to have an effect on what happens in other states, the best way, the only way, is to give money to the candidates you like. Sure, you can travel to the mainland and walk door to door, or get on a phone bank from home. You can also send mass mail or mass email if you have the resources, but that could be expensive. It's much more efficient to do the research, get on the internet, and send a few bucks to the candidates of your choice, wherever they are. If they can do it on the mainland, we can do it from here. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced, three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.